What is up, you guys? Welcome back to the channel and welcome to today's gruesome Get Ready With Me compilation video. At the time you're seeing this, I currently have some family in town, so to facilitate that, I needed to give myself a little bit of, we'll call it like a grace week. Well, weeks. Because I'm taking 2. However, while I may not be filming or editing or uploading anything new over the course of those weeks, I didn't want to leave you guys hanging completely. So I figured instead we would take a trip down memory lane and we'd revisit some of the grossest, most vile, reprehensible, just disgusting perpetrators that we've covered here to date. And if I can let you in on a little secret, it was really hard to narrow this list down. Turns out we cover some real stinkers here pretty regularly. So I guess it's a good thing that I'm in need of at least 2 weeks of installments under this umbrella. So obviously there's this one this week, and then there's going to be next week, which we'll consider like a part 2. Again, not that I think that that's going to cover all of the disgusting weirdos that we've talked about here, but like I said, I have family in town and I really just want to take this time off to be present with them and to enjoy spending time with them whilst they are here. So if I have calculated my days correctly, that would put me back here with a new story for you guys on Monday, April 6th. Ooh, and actually exciting news. After months of avoiding it like the plague because of the debilitating anxiety and just absolute consuming guilt that it brings me. So starting with my next new upload, and then for, I'd imagine at least a while going forward from there, I do plan to finally dip back in to the case request archive. I genuinely feel so bad that I haven't covered a case from in there in quite some time, but like I said, there are so many cases in there that it genuinely overwhelms me. And I shouldn't complain, and I'm really not complaining because I am so grateful and I'm honestly humbled that you all have taken the time to fill out that form and to so thoughtfully request these cases. It's just that I'm a people pleaser, so it makes me sad that I can't cover everyone's request right away all at once. And rationally, I know that's dumb because no one is expecting me to do that. It's just that I love to find things to make myself feel guilty about. It's a really fun personality trait. At any rate though, before I get myself too sidetracked, I hope that you guys enjoy this compilation. It's not lost on me that that is a wild thing to say considering the subject matter of it, but you get what I mean. I hope you enjoy the video. I hope you all have a spectacular 2 weeks. I hope you stay safe. And of course, I very much hope that I will catch you back here in my next one. Bye guys. Okay, so as you likely gathered by the content warnings you just saw, today's case is quite a doozy. I mean, I will try to keep it as palatable as I can, but we're also going to be talking about a guy who killed people and ate their genitalia, so no matter how you slice it, it's gonna be a rough ride, okay? Today we're going to be talking about a man who, throughout the span of his horrific crimes, earned himself such titles as the Red Ripper, the Butcher of Rostov, the Forest Strip Killer, and the Rostov Ripper. However, before he was definitively linked to his crimes, he was simply and innocently known to his friends and family as Andrei. All right, so Mr. Andrei Romanovich Chikatilo was born on October 16th, 1963 in the village of Yabluchne, which is located in the Solmshinya province of the Ukrainian SSR. He was said to be the second child born to his parents Roman and Anna Chikatilo, having maybe been preceded by an older brother, but put a pin in that because we'll get into that in a minute. Now, prior to the 1930s, the Ukraine was actually commonly referred to as the breadbasket of the Soviet Union because it produced an abundance of food. However, due to Joseph Stalin's forced collectivization of agriculture, which began in 1928, Andrei actually grew up poor and starving. And this was because basically what this collectivization did was it combined individual peasant farms into state-controlled joint enterprises. And Stalin believed that by doing this, the USSR would almost immediately see an increase in the supply of food, raw materials, and other miscellaneous agricultural exports. And in theory, this all sounds great, but the individual farmers were actually really not into this idea. They didn't want to combine their farms. They didn't want to turn over their crops to the government and risk not getting an adequate amount of food back. They just didn't have a lot of faith in the government as far as this particular practice was concerned. Can't imagine why. However, and I don't know if you know much about Stalin, but he wasn't the most understanding guy. So when he got word that some of the farmers were trying to refuse this whole collectivization process, in response, he ordered that the land be forcibly taken, and that if any of the farmers dared to raise a stink about all of this, they were to be either beaten, threatened, or even deported. Basically, Stalin told his goons to go out and get the land under any means necessary. And they did. Throughout this time frame, upwards of 300,000 peasant farmers were deported to the outskirts of the USSR, or they were condemned to work camps, all in an effort to more efficiently crank out food and resources to Stalin's empire. However, there was one teeny tiny little problem with all of this, and that was that it didn't work. On top of the fact that Stalin had deported droves of the most knowledgeable farmers, bad weather and pests also took a massive toll on the collective farms, and ultimately this led to significantly lower crop yields than had been seen in the past from the individual farms. This led to widespread famine all across the USSR and eventually led to the death of millions of people. And while the epidemic did gravely affect the entire Soviet Union, it hit the Ukraine particularly hard. And this shit went on for like 12 years. It went from 1928 to 1940, I think. So being born smack dab in the middle of all of this in 1936, Andrei grew up poor. Like poor. It's actually said that his family was often forced to eat grass and leaves as a means to survive. And Andrei himself once said that he never even tasted bread until he was like 12 years old. Not surprisingly, given all that I've told you thus far, Andrei always recalled his childhood being just sullied by tragedy. In addition to the extreme poverty and famine, Andrei's mother also often told him horrific stories of what had supposedly happened to her first son. According to Anna, before Andrei was born, she and Roman had another son, a boy named Stefan, who obviously would have been Andrei's older brother. However, Anna told Andrei that when Stefan was just 4 years old, which was during a particularly chaotic period of the Ukrainian famine, Stephen had been kidnapped by the Chikatilo's starving neighbors and eaten. And if upon hearing that, you're like, what? That is fucked up. You wouldn't be wrong, but I do think it's important to note that there is no record that can definitively prove or disprove whether or not this happened. And honestly, there's really no proof as to if Stefan ever actually existed. So now that you have all of the information, take that story however you want. Real, fake, there's no way to tell. But what I think we can all safely assume is that this story fucked Andrei all the way up. I mean, there is no way that hearing this did not have a deeply negative psychological impact on him. And guess what? It is only going to get worse. After the Soviet Union joined World War II, Andrei's father Roman was drafted into the Red Army and forced into battle. He ended up being wounded in combat, which actually led to him being taken by German soldiers and held in a prison camp for like 4 or 5 years. And at this time, the Chikatilos were living in a one-room hut, which, due to the obvious lack of space, Andrei was forced to share a bed with his mother for years. And before anyone gets offended, I want to make it clear that I have nothing against co-sleeping. If you're doing it safely and it's what works for your family. I mean, I'd rather sleep naked on broken glass, but, do what's best for you. Doesn't affect me either way. The problem that did arise from this, though, was that Andrei was a chronic bedwetter. And this is believed to have been the result of Andrei having suffered from hydrocephalus, which is a buildup of fluid in the brain most commonly found in infants and elderly patients. And because Andrei was born with this condition, it's believed that he suffered some level of brain damage that ultimately caused genital and urinary tract dysfunction. And these issues are thought to explain not only his chronic bedwetting, which lasted late into his adolescence, by the way, but it's also believed to be the reason that later in life, Andrei was incapable of sustaining an erection. So it's just like a shitty deal all around for him. And don't worry, I'm not glossing over it. We'll get more into the whole erection thing later. I'm sure you were sweating. But as far as the bedwetting, like I said, this made sharing a bed with his mother particularly traumatic because, well, one, I'm sure it was humiliating enough on its own, but compounded with the fact that Anna would mercilessly berate and even beat Andrei every single time it happened, which I cannot even imagine how traumatic that must have been. And at this point, I bet you're thinking, like, wow, it could not possibly get much worse for this kid. And to that I say, sure the heck can, and it most certainly does. Because with Roman away at war / imprisoned by the Germans, this left Anna and Andrei alone to fend for themselves during the German invasion. And it's believed that Andrei's little sister, Tatiana, who was conceived and born while Roman was imprisoned, well, it's widely thought that she was likely the result of Anna being raped by a German soldier. Evidently, Ukrainian women being by German soldiers was fairly common. And since the German soldier theory is actually the only explanation or speculation that I've seen regarding Tatiana's paternity, and she very clearly wasn't Roman's, it, I guess leaves little to the imagination. And what's really disturbing about this, I mean, aside from all of it, is that given the size of the Chikatilo's hut and, you know, the one-roomedness of it, if the German soldier theory is really what happened, then it's more likely than not that 6-year-old Andrei was actually front and center to witness this attack on his mother. I mean, it's certainly no excuse for the tomfoolery of his adult actions, but I do think it's okay for us to feel bad for what he went through as a child. It doesn't mean that you think his later crimes are justified. It just means that you're empathetic to what an, at the time, innocent child went through. Two things can be true at once. You can think what he does as an adult is disgusting while also feeling bad that he went through his own disgusting stuff as a child. And guess what? We're still not done. When the war ended, Andrei was forced to publicly denounce his father as a coward for having allowed himself to be captured. And as if the public humiliation wasn't enough, Roman was actually temporarily placed in a Russian prison camp as punishment for being a traitor. And what's crazy is that even given everything that he went through, Roman was still reportedly an incredibly kind and gentle man. Tatiana, like way down the line, spoke very highly and very lovingly of Roman, while alluding to the fact that Anna was more of, and I'm paraphrasing here, but she kind of insinuated that Anna was, a bitch. I mean, I think we all already kind of collectively came to that assumption when we heard that she routinely beat her son for having a medical condition. But in case you had any doubts, that is straight from Tatiana, who obviously had more of a first-hand experience with Anna than any of us, so take that for what you will. Andrei started school in 1944, and surprise, surprise, just like everything else in his life leading up to it, it kind of sucked for him. Academically speaking, he was thriving. He was an excellent student and his teachers loved him. His peers, however, Andrei was shy and awkward and all around just kind of meek. And because of this, as well as the social mark that had been left on the Chikatilo family following Roman's capture, Andrei was bullied constantly, to the point where he barely even spoke to anyone when he was at school. Instead, he forewent Instead, he forewent the social aspect of school and instead immersed himself in his studies. And by the time he was a teenager, he was basically a model student. He loved reading and studying. He was the editor of his school's newspaper. He was the chairman of the Student Communist Party, and he was even put in charge of organizing street marches for the group. So from the outside looking in, it could have seemed like Andrei was doing at least fairly well, but on a personal level, Andrei was really struggling. As he went through puberty, which, let's face it, is tough for everyone, but Andrei struggled especially hard as he began to realize that he suffered from chronic impotence. So while his peers were probably struggling not to pitch a tent in class, Andrei was struggling with the fact that he couldn't get one up at all. At least not for any significant amount of time. And not surprisingly, this completely and totally obliterated whatever minuscule fragment of self-esteem Andrei may have had left. He became even more socially awkward, and over time, he really started to hate himself. He was just becoming an overall really angry and loathsome person. Now, despite his antisocial nature, Andrei did have some crushes here and there throughout his youth, but he was way too shy and nervous to ever act on them. So instead of talking to these girls, he forced his feelings down and essentially repressed them. And because of this, Andrei wouldn't have any experiences with the opposite sex until he was like 17 years old. And even this experience was not like a traditional teenage experience.
I want to experience things, but I don't think you actually want to experience things because you would experience it if you wanted to experience things.
You see, what happened was Tatiana, who was 11 at this time, brought a friend home to play. And while if I'm being honest, the deets of this whole situation aren't super clear, my understanding is that the three of them were playing some sort of game, and Andrei either fell on top of or, I don't know, tackled the friend. I'm really not sure exactly what happened. Either way, I do know that somehow Andrei ended up on top of this girl, which is inappropriate to begin with, but it's what happened next that, as this girl and him kind of, I guess, wrestled around, Andrei, well, so that was embarrassing for him. However, it wasn't just embarrassing, it was also enlightening for him, because it was that moment in particular that taught Andrei that he could achieve satisfaction in the presence of violence or a struggle, which, great combination. So fast forward a little bit, Andrei graduates high school in 1954 with excellent grades and high hopes of attending Moscow State University. But in true Andrei fashion, he did not score high enough on the entrance exam. Therefore, his application was rejected and his dreams were quashed. And rather than apply to any other universities, Andrei instead moved to Kursk, where he worked a few odds and end type manual labor jobs before he enrolled in a 2-year vocational training program in 1955 with the goal of becoming a communications technician. He was able to complete this program, but right as he finished his training in 1957, he was drafted into the Soviet Army. Initially, he worked as a border guard in Central Asia before he was then moved to a position at a KGB communications unit in East Berlin. And as far as I can tell, his military career was fine. I wasn't able to find any reports of him having any issues throughout that time frame. His service record was basically perfect, and he was a great little soldier. So, you know, snaps for Andrei. So once he finished his obligatory yet glowing military service, Andrei moved back home with his parents and he worked on the farm. However, this was short-lived because after a few failed relationships, word of Andrei's problems spread like wildfire around the town, and he was so ashamed that he actually tried to hang himself. But before he gone past the point of no return, he was discovered by his mother, and with the help of some of their neighbors, she managed to get him down. So once he'd recovered from this attempt on his life, Andrei decided it would be best if he just packed up and moved away, hoping to leave his shame behind and start anew, far, far, far away from his hometown and all of these people who knew his secret. Andrei ended up taking a job as a communications technician in Rostov-on-Don, which during the Soviet era was the 10th largest city in the Russian Soviet Federated Socialist Republic. Say that 10 times fast. And actually, even today, Rostov-on-Don is still considered to be like a big bustling city. So Andrei went from modest farm life to big city vibes. And then in 1961, when Tatiana finished her schooling, she also moved to Rostov-on-Don, where she stayed with Andrei in his apartment for about 6 months. And during this 6 months, seeing how lonely and desolate her brother's life had become, Tatiana, being the ever-loving sister she was, she vowed that one way or another, someday, somehow, she would help her brother find a wife. And in 1963, she made good on that promise. She introduced her brother to a woman named Fedosia Odnacheva, and within 2 weeks, the two were married. But believe it or not, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, because, well, nothing with this man is, but also because even though he was physically attracted to Feodosia, Andrei still had the same problems we already discussed. So when it came time for he and her to expand their family, they had some trouble. They obviously weren't able to conceive by traditional means, so ultimately they had to get creative. So basically, Andrei deposited his sample onto his own hand, and then he manually put it where it needed to be. And believe it or not, that actually worked. And in 1965, they had a daughter, and in 1969, they had a son. And with the birth of his children, meaning that he had multiple people now depending on him, Andrei went back to school. He attended Rostov University, graduating in 1970 with a degree in Russian literature and philology, which he ultimately parlayed into a position as a Russian language and literature teacher. But despite being incredibly intelligent and having a comprehensive knowledge of subject he was teaching, Andrei was kind of still the shy, awkward, timid kid he'd always been. So even though he was well into his adulthood at this point, he was still intimidated by these school kids, just as he'd been throughout his own schooling. And this resulted in Andrei really struggling to control his class. No matter how hard he tried, they did not seem to respect him or to take him seriously. It even went so far that they would openly mock him throughout class, and some students even threatened to physically attack him. And while he took this abuse on the chin for a while, eventually Andrei decided that he'd had enough, that he was going to turn the tables on these kids and start using his position of authority to his advantage. And just one last heads up, it's about to get absolutely disgusting and vile, so brace yourself. So it's May 1973. Andrei's at school, his students are in the pool, and he decides that, now seems good. And on a dime, Andrei flipped. He jumped in the pool, he swam up to a 15-year-old girl, cornered her, and then groped her all over her body until he, as the girl struggled to get away from him. Now, obviously, this is egregious, right? Undoubtedly, he was not only fired for this, but he was arrested, right?
Right to jail, right away.
Wrong. Andrei saw no consequences for this, and he was allowed to keep teaching for a while. And he kept right on terrorizing his students the whole rest of the time. He locked a student in a classroom and essayed them at one point. He used to openly diddle himself in front of students. He had no qualms. He used to lurk around the girls' dormitory in hopes of seeing the female students getting undressed. I mean, he was a certified creep. He would look for any opportunity he could to insert himself into a situation if he thought he could ultimately parlay it into a way to satisfy his nasty little limp dick desires. Christ, the man used to carry around gum as a way to initiate contact with young girls. And I cannot stress this enough that this stuff was not a secret. The school definitely knew about a lot, if not all of it. So for the life of me, I cannot understand why it took so long for him to see any consequences. I mean, I have to assume that they were just trying to protect the school's public image, but come on. It should have only taken that one incident in the pool to lock him up, strip away his ability to teach and to be around children and to see the light of day ever again. Instead, it took dozens of different complaints from multiple students over months before the director of the school finally gave Andrei the ultimatum of either voluntarily resigning from his position or forcibly being removed from it. Andrei chose option one. He quietly resigned and went on to immediately find another teaching job. And he was at this school for about 4 years before he was laid off in September of 1978 due to staff cutbacks. And after he lost that job, he took the opportunity to move. He relocated to Shakti, where just 3 months later, Andrei would commit his first known murder. It was December 22nd, 1978, when Andrei lured 9-year-old Yelena Zakhanova into a nasty, rundown little, I don't know, like shed type structure that he'd purchased. He got her in it. He attempted to rape her, but he couldn't keep his boner long enough to do so, so he flew into a rage. And even though Yelena struggled desperately to try and get away, sadly, Andrei was able to overpower her. He choked her, he stabbed her, and then as he saw the life begin to leave this poor little girl's eyes, that is when Andrei reached his climax. And once he was sure that Yelena was dead, he callously dumped her body in a river where it would ultimately be discovered 2 days later. And despite the fact that an eyewitness had actually seen Andrei at the bus stop with Yelena before she was killed, they were only able to give police a description of him. They didn't know exactly who he was. But instead of trying to identify this man that the witness saw, police instead zeroed in on a completely different man. A man named Alexander Kravchenko. Listen, I'm doing my absolute best, okay? I'm American, and these names are hard. Now, Alexander was no angel. That's for sure. He'd already served one prison term previously for the rape and murder of a teenage girl. So despite the fact that he had been at home with his wife and a friend of hers the entire afternoon that Yelena had been killed, and despite the fact that multiple neighbors of the couple were able to corroborate this alibi, police basically threatened Alexander's wife and friend into incriminating him. And once they were able to get the women to alter their testimonies, they confronted Alexander with this information, and eventually he broke down and confessed to Yelena's murder, even though he was completely innocent of this particular crime. Eventually, he did go on to attempt to retract his confession, but Alexander was ultimately executed via firing squad for Yelena's murder in 1983. So yeah, while you digest that, I'm gonna take my break, throw on my lashes, and when we come back, it gets worse. Don't go nowhere. Okay, so Andrei's committed his first murder. He's managed to get away with it, and kind of by proxy, he's taken someone else's life as well, since Alexander was put to death for his crime. And meanwhile, Andrei's just skating through life, not a care in the world. He got a job working as a traveling supply clerk for a Rostov-based factory, and this gave him free reign and ample time to search all over the Soviet Union for new victims. And on September 3rd, 1981, Andrei struck again. After noticing a 17-year-old girl named Larissa standing alone at a bus stop, Andrei lured her into some nearby woods, offering her some vodka. But as soon as they were secluded where no one could see them, Andrei pounced. He jumped on Larissa, tore off her clothes, and he tried to assault her. But if there's anything that we know about Andrei, it's that he's got the world's most uncooperative weenie. Therefore, he once again was unable to stay hard during the attack, and obviously Larissa's screaming. She's frantic. She's yelling out constantly, hoping that someone will hear her and come save her. However, her screams went unheard, and eventually Andrei took leaves and mud and pushed them into her mouth to muffle her cries. He then, brace yourselves, he then bit off her nipple and ate it in front of her. She's still alive for all of this. So I cannot even begin to imagine how fucking horrific and disturbing and painful this must have been for her. It makes my stomach turn. And Andrei then, because he was unarmed, he grabbed a nearby stick and he proceeded to stab Larissa in the stomach before striking her to death. He then covered her body with leaves and branches and newspaper and just left her there, where she was discovered the next day, mouth still filled with mud and leaves that Andrei had used to silence her cries for help. This man is so sick, and he is, we're just not even close to done, you guys. And speaking of that, speaking of how much we still have to get through, it's going to start to move pretty quickly going forward, the story. And I want to stress that it is not out of any disrespect for the victims, who they were, or what they went through. Honestly, this is why I don't love covering serial killers, because in order to fit the information into a single video, it is really hard to give the victims the spotlight that they truly deserve. And to be frank, it's not only a time constraint, but it's also largely due to the fact that there just aren't Wikipedia pages and documentaries and news articles and books available that actually extensively cover the victims of cases like this. I'm truly not trying to be disrespectful, and I'm not trying to be dismissive. I'm simply working with the information that's available. So following Larissa's murder, Andrei took about a 9-month cool down period. He didn't strike again until June 1982, when inevitably his urge to kill became more than I guess he cared to manage. It was June 12th specifically that Andrei was walking home from a trip into town when he noticed a 13-year-old girl. He followed her for about a quarter of a mile, just making casual, friendly small talk until he was sure that they were completely concealed by surrounding bushes and shrubs, at which point Andrei then made his move. He ambushed her, forcing her kicking and screaming into the bushes, where he tore off her clothes before stabbing her over 20 times. He then, dry humped her body until he satisfied himself, and then he removed her eyeballs because he was afraid of this old Russian superstition that said that the final image a murder victim saw, so an image of their murderer, I guess it was believed that that would imprint on the victim's eyes forever. And since Andrei wasn't trying to get caught, he cut out her eyeballs so that no one would see his image imprinted in them. He then concealed her body and just headed back home. And sadly, this poor girl, she wouldn't be discovered for 2 weeks, during which time Andrei basked in the fact that it had actually been remarkably easy for him to pick up a victim at the bus station. And I mean, it makes sense if you think about it, because people are usually walking to and from the bus station alone. They're either adults heading to work or children heading to and from school. It was a veritable smorgasbord of victims for Andrei. All he had to do was find a way to make contact with them and entice them to follow him, and bam, he had them. He mostly targeted children. He'd either offer them candy or stamps or something else enticing to children to get them to follow him. And on the less frequent occasions that he targeted an adult, he would lure them to a secluded area under the promise of either alcohol or money. But no matter the age of Andrei's chosen victim, the result was sadly always the same. He would try to either rape or initiate consensual intercourse with them, obviously dependent upon the age of the victim. But he could never perform, which would always send him into a homicidal rage, and he would then stab and slash his victims to death, which would then give him the release he had been looking for. And as his urges escalated, his methods also became more extreme, and it's a lot. In December 1982, Andrei met a 10-year-old girl whom he lured into a cornfield at the edge of town, where he proceeded to attack her, grope her, and stab her over 50 times. And once he was satisfied, he removed her eyes, removed her bowels, removed her uterus, and then just left her there. And this poor girl wouldn't be discovered for 2 months, during which time the elements, as well as the surrounding wildlife, completely destroyed what was left of her remains. Now, believe it or not, there was an investigation into all this going on. Police were even fairly certain that all these murders had been committed by the same person. And because of this, a team of Rostov investigators had been tasked with solving these cases. Due to the sheer savagery of the killings and the post-mortem mutilation, police theorized that the murders were being committed by either a black market band of organ harvesters or a satanic cult, because obviously. Ooh, or of course there was the old tried and true scapegoat, someone suffering with a mental illness. The investigation was widely referred to among police as Operation Forest Path. And despite the task force, the super cool nickname, and, a general desire to stop the madness, investigators would not work fast enough to stop Andrei from committing so many more murders. And like I said, it wasn't for lack of trying. In some instances, you might even say that they tried too hard. They got several men to confess to Andrei's crimes, mostly younger men who struggled with cognitive difficulties, who only admitted to the crimes after long, drawn-out, and barbaric interrogations. And in some instances, 3, I think, persons of interest actually took their own lives after being subjected to the brutal tactics that these investigators were employing. And almost as fast as police would obtain a confession, another body would be discovered, which obviously disproved the confession. It sounds like a real fucking mess, if I'm being honest. But even with that, they were able to do some good through all of this. As a result of the investigation, they were actually able to solve more than 1,000 unrelated crimes. They solved almost 100 murders, close to 150 physical assaults, and almost 250 rapes. So, they weren't catching Andrei, but they certainly seemed to be catching damn near everyone else. And all the while this is going on, Andrei's just out running amok all throughout these Soviet streets. He murdered a 15-year-old girl named Laura in June of 1983. He murdered a 19-year-old named Vera in October of 83. In December, he lured a 14-year-old off of a train and to a secluded area where he murdered and mutilated him. In early 1984, he murdered 2 women in a park. In March of 1984, he lured a 10-year-old away from a stamp kiosk and off to his subsequent doom. In May of 1984, he killed a woman and her 10-year-old daughter after isolating them in the woods. And by the end of June, he'd killed 3 more women and a 13-year-old boy. So he was for real just wilding out. On August 2nd, Andrei killed a 16-year-old in a park. On August 7th, he lured a 17-year-old to the banks of a river where he murdered and mutilated her. By mid-September, he killed 3 more people, a woman, a girl, and a boy. And is your head spinning yet? Because I need an Excedrin. Okay, so finally, September 13th, 1984, Andrei finally makes his way onto police's radar when 2 undercover detectives noticed him trying to talk to multiple young women and girls at the bus station. They ended up following him from the bus station as he wandered through the city, and after seeing him rubbing up on multiple women, completely uninvited, they arrested him and took him into the station for questioning. When they searched him upon his arrival to the station, they discovered that he had in his possession a knife, some rope, and some Vaseline. He also appeared to match the physical description that had been given by a few witnesses that had seen him with some of the victims before they'd been killed. So Andrei was definitely looking more than a little sus. But there was one way that they could be sure if the man sitting in front of them, Andrei Chikatilo, was in fact the man they'd been looking for. The Rostov Ripper, the Butcher of Rostov, the Forest Strip Killer, whatever you want to call him. Police had been able to recover a DNA sample from 6 of the victims that had been killed throughout mid-1984. So all they had to do was compare Andrei's DNA to the DNA from the murders, and they would have their answer. So that's what they did. They took a sample of Andrei's blood, they sent it off to have it compared to the DNA samples they'd recovered from the murder victims, and when the results came back, they didn't match. What? Bet you didn't see that one coming.
But Jessica, you spent this entire video telling us that he committed these murders. How is that possible?
That's a great question. I would love to tell you. So Andrei is what's known as a non-secretor, which sounds disgusting, but in actuality, it just means that his blood type is different than his other fluids. I guess it is disgusting. So even though he absolutely was guilty, his blood type came back as type A, whereas the DNA samples recovered from the murders had come back as type AB. And because of this, the police basically wrote him off as being their guy. They took down his information in case they needed to speak with him again, but other than that, they basically just sent him on his way. But this brush with the law definitely did make an impact on Andrei. He didn't kill again for almost a year following this little close call. Instead, he found a new job and he tried to keep a low profile, which he was able to do until August 1st, 1985, when his urges once again reared their ugly little head. He was on a business trip in Moscow when he came across an 18-year-old girl whom he lured into the woods, where he then bound, stabbed, and strangled her. And despite this murder having happened almost 700 miles away from Rostov, police did still connect it with the Operation Forest Path cases, but considering they still didn't know who was responsible for those cases, it really didn't get them any closer to figuring out this whole thing. And this left the door open for Andrei to strike yet again. On August 27th, 1985, Andrei murdered a woman named Irina. And at this point, police are like, what are we doing wrong? Like, why can we not catch this guy? And I cannot even begin to imagine how frustrating this must have been for them. I mean, they had to feel like they had been chasing their tail for just years at this point, which they had. So they decided it was time to just like completely overhaul the investigation. A new investigator was named to oversee the operation. 44 fresh sets of eyes were called in to work on the manhunt, and undercover female officers were sent to lurk around train stations and bus stations in hopes of enticing their killer. And groundbreaking, for the first time in a serial killer investigation in the Soviet Union, police actually requested the help of a psychiatrist, Dr. Alexander Bukanovsky. And Dr. Bukanovsky, after looking over all of the crime scene reports and medical examiner's reports and basically all of the evidence that police had, he took it and used it to handcraft a 65-page psychological profile of who he believed was committing these murders. So based on the information that he was given, Dr. Bukanovsky deduced that their suspect was likely a reclusive man aged between 45 and 50 years old who had endured a painful and isolated childhood and who was incapable of flirting with or courting a woman. He was likely well-educated, married, and probably even had a few children. But he was also a sadist who suffered from impotence and could only achieve sexual arousal and release by seeing his victims suffer. What? I think that forensic psychology and criminal profiling is fascinating. The fact that this guy hit the nail so perfectly on the head just based off of his knowledge of the inner workings of the human psyche is just wow. And this information was actually released to the public as well as other little bits and bobs from the investigation, which Andrei followed very closely. And because he was now starting to feel the heat, probably because Dr. Bukanovsky had all but put a picture of him in his criminal profile, Andrei was very careful. For almost a year, police found no other victims that they could link to the Operation Forest Path. The next victim that bore the trademark mutilations of the Rostov Ripper wasn't found until August 18th, 1986. The victim was an 18-year-old. She had been cut open from her neck to her privates. She'd had one of her breasts removed, and her eyes had been cut out. In 1987, Andrei killed 3 people. He killed a 12-year-old in May, a 12-year-old in July, and a 16-year-old in September. But because he had committed all of these murders while he was on business trips far, far away from Rostov, none of them were initially linked to the Rostov Ripper or to Operation Forest Path. And I don't think anything else was linked to this until '88. He killed 3 times that year too, a woman in April, 2 boys, one in May and one in June. And even when it came to the woman's murder, they weren't totally sure because Andrei's MO had kind of gotten all over the place. But when it came to the boys' murders and their specific post-mortem mutilation, they knew for sure that the Rostov Ripper was no longer lying dormant. However, just as quickly as he seemed to return, he seemed to disappear again. Andrei didn't kill again until February of 1989 when he killed a 16-year-old girl. And y'all, this man killed this girl in his daughter's apartment. I mean, I don't think that she was staying there at this particular point in time, but God, still, the audacity. And then, yes, I know that it feels never ending. Believe me, I know. But then, over the next 6 months, Andrei struck 4 more times, even though initially only 2 of the victims were linked to the Rostov manhunt. So, fast forward to 1990, January 14th, Andrei sees an 11-year-old standing outside of a local theater, and obviously he can't just let this poor child be. No. Instead, he lured him away from the theater, promising to show him a movie at his house or something. And then once he had the boy isolated and alone, he stabbed him, mutilated him, and eventually discarded his body in the woods. And then, 7 weeks later, he lured another 10-year-old boy away from a train station, only to do the exact same thing to him. I honestly don't even know if I could make an accurate guess as to the victim count we're at right now. I would have to go back through and actually tally everything up. I mean, this guy was like a vile, completely unhinged, murderous Energizer bunny. He just kept going and going and going and going and going. He ended up killing 6 more people throughout 1990 before finally, oh my God, finally, he finally got caught. It was November 6th, 1990, when Andrei lured a 22-year-old into the woods near a train station. And once he thought they were alone, he overpowered her, murdered her, and mutilated her body before returning to the train station, where he rinsed off his hands and his face in a nearby well. And while, yes, this all sounds pretty par for the course for Andrei, what he didn't know was that an undercover police officer, Igor Rybakov, had witnessed not only his whole cleanup routine, but he'd also noticed grass and soil stains on Andrei's clothes, as well as a red smear on his cheek and what appeared to be a fresh, fairly deep cut on one of his fingers. Igor did stop and briefly question Andrei about what he'd seen, but because he didn't have like an actual real concrete reason to arrest him, he simply had to take down his information and let him go. It wasn't until 7 weeks later when that woman's body was discovered, which, by the way, I have it in my notes here, she was the 38th victim that was linked to the Rostov manhunt. And when she was finally discovered, investigators pooled and reviewed all of the reports of all of the men that had been stopped and questioned over the course of that particular week. And guess whose name was scribbled all up and down them little reports? Yep. Andrei motherfucking Chikatilo. And remember, police are already familiar with Andrei, so the fact that he's found his way back into their crosshairs definitely seems like more than just a coincidence. So the very next day, police start surveillance on Andrei, and almost immediately they catch him approaching young women and children and trying to engage them in conversation. And if the conversation fizzled out, he seemed to just move right along to the next person, and 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 the next person. And after 6 days of surveillance, almost a week of watching this creepo prey on women and children, Andrei was arrested by 4 undercover police officers. Obviously, he denied everything, again, even referencing back to his 1984 arrest, telling police, like, guys, didn't we do this already? I'm innocent. But again, Andrei was found to have a knife and rope in his possession, and again, police took a blood sample from Andrei to compare to the DNA that they'd recovered from some of their victims. And meanwhile, while waiting for those results, Andrei was put in a cell with a police informant who was instructed to try and elicit as much information from him as he possibly could, but Andrei was not talking. And police were definitely on a clock. The case that they had against Andrei was mostly circumstantial, and according to Soviet law, they had just 10 days that they could hold him before they either had to charge him with something or they had to let him go. Again. So they must have been especially frustrated when, once again, Andrei's blood test came back stating that he was not a match to the DNA left by their suspect. However, this time, police were not giving up. They felt deep down that Andrei was their man, and they were not going to let him slip away again. So that's when they decided that since the DNA they had from their suspect had come from semen, they needed to obtain and compare a semen sample of Andrei's against the suspect sample, rather than a blood sample. And that, my friends, is when all of the pieces finally started to fall into place. Andrei continued trying to deny any involvement in the crimes, that is, until Dr. Buganovsky sat down with him. The 2 men actually sat and talked for 2 hours, a lot of which was spent reviewing the criminal profile that Dr. Buganovsky had come up with for the investigation. And upon hearing that someone finally understood him, regardless of the circumstances, well, this moved Andrei to tears. That same night, Andrei confessed to 36 of the 38 murders that police had linked to him, and over the following days, he confessed to, I think, upwards of like 20 more. He gave police a detailed description of each of the murders, in some cases even providing sketches of either crime scenes, victim positions, or landmarks that had been near the crime scene. Andrei stood trial in Rostov in April of 1992. He was charged with 53 counts of murder, in addition to 5 charges of sexual assault against minors, which were the ones that he'd committed when he had been a teacher. And on October 14th, 1992, Andrei was found guilty of 52 out of 53 counts of murder, and the following day, he was sentenced to death plus 86 years. He was given the opportunity to make a statement following his conviction and his sentence. However, he just chose to remain silent. Andrei did try to appeal his conviction, and he tried to file for clemency through President Boris Yeltsin, but all of his efforts to evade his sentence were rejected, and on February 14th, Andrei Chikatilo was led from his death row cell to a soundproof room within the prison, and he was executed with a single gunshot wound to the head, specifically behind his right ear. He was then buried in an unmarked grave within the prison cemetery, and he was put on a bus straight to hell, right where he belongs. And that, my friends, is the story of Andrei Chikatilo, one of the most infamous serial killers in the world. So I'm sick again. How are you? Yes, this is the 3rd time in like 6 weeks that I'm violently ill, but that's okay because I've got a belly full of Wingstop, a heart full of pure wonder, meaning that I can do anything, including sit here for an hour and talk with you about this piece of shit. Yes, today we're going to be diving into the horrendous story of Canadian serial killer Robert Pickton, a man whom, although known far and wide mostly as the pig farmer killer or the butcher, I personally like to refer to as the notorious PIG. That's a lie. I don't know why I've said that because I've literally never called him that a single time in my life before now. So that was a first
for all of us. Anyways, before I get any further into the weeds, let me go ahead and extend a heartfelt thank you to Crystal for requesting this one. Not only is it a very interesting case, but without her request, we also never would have heard that notorious PIG joke. 2 birds, 1 stone. Am I right? So thank you, Crystal. Thank you for the request. Thank the rest of you for listening to my nonsensical, cold-fueled rambling. And without any further ado, let's go ahead and get into the story of Robert Pickton, the pig farmer killer. So, we're up north today, heading back to Canada.
Canada, you did it again.
Specifically, we're headed to a small city in British Columbia, located just about an hour east of Vancouver. Port Coquitlam sits on the north bank of where the Fraser River and the Pitt River meet, and then it is bisected by the Lougheed Highway and the Canadian Pacific Kansas City Railway. Known as POCO for short, Port Coquitlam sits on an 11 square mile plot of land, and it hosts a population of just under 70,000 people. Now, although POCO was originally developed as farmland, which will come heavily into play throughout today's story, according to the interwebs, nowadays POCO has been developed for suburban housing. The economy has diversified a lot in more recent decades, and it now hosts a variety of industrial and commercial developments. That said, though, even with some of the industrialization that has taken place in POCO, it does still have a ton of beautiful outdoor attractions. There are a multitude of different parks, there's museums, there's theaters. Honestly, coming from someone who's never seen it in person and knows very little about it, doesn't sound half bad. But even the best places in the world can produce some less than desirable folks. Enter Robert Pickton. Robert William Pickton was born on October 24th, 1949, in POCO to his pig farmer parents, Leonard and Louise Pickton. Robert was the second child born of the couple's 3 children, having been preceded in birth by his older sister Linda, and then followed by his younger brother David. Now, in any other scenario, I'd probably make some joke here about how it's no surprise that Robert was the middle child, given the fact that he grows up to be, crazy. We obviously all know the whole middle child stereotype. They're said to usually be the black sheep of the family, the outcasts, the troublemakers. One study I saw even found that middle children are 33% more likely to engage in nefarious activities in comparison to their siblings. And I don't know about y'all, but in my family, that absolutely tracks. However, I don't really know if we can attribute the monster that Robert grows up to be at all to his familial positioning. Yeah, he was technically a middle child, but he didn't really spend his adolescence being raised as such. Linda actually didn't even grow up under the same roof that Robert and David did. I guess their parents didn't think that a pig farm was a becoming environment to raise a young lady in. So rather than keep her there and risk whatever they were worried about, Leonard and Louise instead opted to send Linda off to live with relatives in hopes of giving her a more traditional and appropriate upbringing. And I'll tell you what, the more I learned about Leonard and Louise and this pig farm, Linda got the better end of that bargain. Because while she was off growing up like any other average little girl at the time, Robert and David, conversely, became farmhands at an incredibly young age. These 2 young boys were forced by their very own mother to work long and demanding hours, tending to livestock, all while forcing them to also neglect their own personal needs. Yeah, Louise, she was a cruel, cranky old bitch that cared more about her hogs than she did her own sons. She didn't even take time to make sure that her sons had their basic needs met. She also didn't take time to teach them to care for themselves in any sort of basic way. For example, personal hygiene. Yes, rather than launder their clothing or enforce an acceptable shower regimen, Louise instead allowed her children to go to school unbathed, unkempt, and in clothing that smelled like shit. As in literal shit, like manure. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised, considering that Louise was apparently a pretty gnarly woman herself, but aren't you supposed to want better for your children? Louise definitely didn't, but just in general, her poor sons were ridiculed and ostracized every day at school for the way that they would show up for class. The kids even eventually nicknamed Robert Stinky Piggy because of how disgustingly he would show up to school, but Do you think that changed how Louise mothered her boys? Because I'll tell you, it didn't. As long as the farm chores were done and the livestock was taken care of, she did not give a tiny rat's ass about anything else that was going on in her children's lives. And this neglect, letting her kids be fucking disgusting, just walking around covered in pig shit all the time, it had some crazy long-term effects on our old buddy Robert. So even when he was old enough to develop his own personal hygiene routine and stick to it, it still took the pleading of people around him before he would finally decide to take a bath every once in a while. And all of this was because his mother just refused to be an actual functioning parent. I cannot stress to you enough how completely fucking disgusting this family was. And listen, I am on no high horse here. I am the first person to leave my house looking like I crawled out of a nearby sewer. I'm not vain, but I am clean. There's a difference. It is 1000% possible to not give a fuck about your appearance, but also to still be clean and hygienic. Low maintenance and dirty are not inherently the same. It wasn't even just their personal hygiene either. Their house was putrid too. Mind you, the first few years of Robert's life, they barely even had running water in the place. As he grew up, I am so surprised that given the diabolical viruses and diseases that the Pickton's petri dish of a home was undoubtedly festering, he must have just had the best immune system possible. And I guess good for him, because things only got nastier and nastier as the Picktons allowed more and more of their literal farm animals to come and go from inside their house just as they pleased, just freely pissing and shitting everywhere. And then the Picktons, they would just live in it. The whole family was basically the joke of the town because they stuck out like sore thumbs. The area they lived in was relatively well off, and although the Picktons had money, they certainly did not behave like it. As a mother myself, I cannot even for half of a millisecond imagine allowing my children to grow up in conditions like this. And what's even worse is that knowing now how bad Louise was, guess what? Leonard was worse. He barely interacted with his children at all, which, sure, up front, sort of sounds better than Louise and her all work and no play attitude, but I assure you, it was not. On the off chance that one of the boys did find themselves face to face with their father, it was almost always for one of his just world-class beatings. They would barely ever see this man, like ever. And then randomly, out of the blue, he'd just turn up and beat the ever-loving shit out of them for who knows what. And then he'd disappear into the abyss again until the next time he would surface just to whoop one of their asses. Much like his blushing bride, he did not care even slightly about his children's upbringing. He didn't care about their feelings, and he certainly did not care about what horrific trauma he may be embedding into their DNA. Case in point, and I'm jumping forward just to squeech here with the story, but if you could, just stay with me for a second, okay? So when Robert was 12, because he didn't have a lot of friends, he spent all of his time with either his brother or one of the family's many farm animals, right? And so, just desperate beyond comprehension for a friend, a real, true friend of his very own. One weekend, Robert took all of the money that he had saved up in his little piggy bank. Oh my god, piggy bank. Hilarious. Sorry, that's not the point. He took all of the money that he had saved up for his entire 12 years of life. He brought it to a livestock auction, and he purchased his very own sweet, adorable little baby calf. And pretty much right away, Robert bonded deeply with this calf. He loved this thing, and he took care of it, and he doted on it. I mean, it was quite possibly the closest thing that he had ever had to a friend up to that point. So, as weird as it may sound to you or I, this calf was probably the most important thing in Robert's life. And full well knowing this, what do you think that Leonard did with said calf? Well, of course, he slaughtered it and left it hanging in the barn, bleeding out for Robert to discover one day after school. Yeah, what the fuck? Just humor me for a second and imagine you're 12 and you come home from school to find your family dog strung up and bleeding out in the middle of your living room. Yeah, ain't nobody coming out of that experience normal. Of course, speaking pragmatically, I get it. It was a farm animal, and like it or not, that is typically the fate of a lot of livestock. Obviously, I'm not naive to that fact. However, I highly doubt that they truly had to slaughter the calf for any real reason other than cruelty. And two, you'd think that if they really did need to slaughter the calf, that there would at least be some sort of discussion about it first, some sort of warning, some sort of heads up that it was going to happen. You know, as a parent, there's a right way to do something, and then there's a wrong way to do something, and I doubt that I'm alone in my opinion that the way they went about this was very much the wrong way to have done so. Yeah, that's how Leonard parented. Just a real stand-up guy. Understandably, Robert was absolutely devastated and infuriated by this whole experience. He didn't speak to anyone in his family for days following the death of his calf. And even when Louise offered to pay him back for the calf, plus like 20 or 30 bucks extra, he didn't want anything to do with that either. Because it had never been about the money to Robert. It was about the camaraderie and the friendship that he had found with this calf, and the fact that it was just gone now for good. It had been stolen away from him unexpectedly by the two people that were supposed to protect him and love him. The two people that he should have been able to trust the most in the world. No wonder this man became a goddamn serial killer. It does help to show you, though, just how insensitive Mama Pickton was, because she figured that she could just throw money at this problem and it would go away. And Louise's moral shortcomings, they do not stop there. There was no such thing as consequences, as far as Louise Pickton was concerned. A wildly misguided philosophy that she then, I guess, felt should also extend to her darling, precious, hills have eyes looking sons. Again, yes, I'm jumping around a smidge, but I promise you this will all come together here in a minute. So let's jump to October 1967. What had happened was a young, freshly 16 David Pickton, upon receiving his driver's license, decided to take one of his family's farm trucks and go on a little joyride. Fine, whatever. We've all been there. However, a place that hopefully none of us have been is seeing that joyride and in mowing down a completely innocent 14-year-old boy who was just minding his business, walking home. That is where David's joyride ended, though. Kinda. I mean, he certainly didn't stop and call authorities or render aid to this boy. No. Instead, he hightailed it the rest of the way back to the family farm, where Leonard then washed the blood off the truck, and Louise, oh, Louise, she got into her own vehicle. She drove to the scene of the hit and run, where she found Tim injured, bleeding, and unconscious, just barely clinging to life. And seeing this, Louise rolled him off of the road down a nearby embankment, where he landed in a small body of water and fucking drowned. He died. An autopsy later discovered that Tim had water in his lungs at the time of his death, meaning that while yes, he was severely injured when David hit him with the truck, technically he seems to have died at the hands of Louise, all because she couldn't let her precious little baby boy reap the consequences of his own stupid actions. Now, thankfully, when Leonard brought the truck to a mechanic to, get the human-shaped fucking dent out of the hood, the mechanic felt like something incredibly suspicious was going on. So he called police, who, once Tim's body was discovered, well, suffice it to say that they didn't have to stretch to take the leap, right? Honestly, though, even after it was determined that David was responsible for what had happened to Tim, he still barely even received a slap on the wrist in return. I think he got a couple years of probation and he lost his license for a while. Doesn't seem nearly severe enough, but I'm sure Ma Pickton was ecstatic that her hillbilly little baby managed to skirt the law. Obviously, both Louise and Leonard sucked in their own demented ways. But knowing what you know, I'm sure you won't be surprised now to learn that as far as Robert was concerned, Louise was the lesser of the two evils. Actually, some sources say that Robert had an unhealthy, borderline obsessive relationship with his mother. And although I can't confirm that because I wasn't there, thank God, whatever the case may be though, I think we can all kind of deduce that the influence that Louise had on her sons, well, I don't think that it molded either of them into great people. Let's just say that. But narrowing things back down to Robert, as if he didn't have enough stuff stacked up against him, he was also, kind of stupid. Now, normally I would never phrase it like that. Just because a child struggles in school does not mean that they're stupid. But remember, Robert's a huge piece of shit, so he was stupid, and I'm gonna call him stupid. He struggled a lot academically, and he was even held back somewhere as early as like 2nd grade, I think. And while he did manage to eventually claw his way through elementary school as well as junior high, sometime throughout high school, Robert ultimately decided that formal education just was not for him. So he decided that instead he'd prefer to drop out and just head straight into the workforce. He officially left school sometime in 1963, meaning he was either 13 or 14 when he dropped out. And initially, to me, that sounds crazy, but all things considered, it doesn't really seem like he was headed anywhere great academically, so honestly, what's it matter in, the grand scheme of things? After dropping out of high school, Robert went on to secure a job at some sort of like meat processing plant outside of his parents' farm. I believe his official title was a butcher's apprentice or something along those lines. And while that may not sound super glamorous or dreamy to us, Robert actually turned out to be very comfortable in this position. He kept this job and stayed working at this plant for nearly 7 years before he then quit in order to return home to his family's farm in his early 20s. And despite the undoubtedly terrible memories that Robert had to have had from spending his childhood slopping pigs and tending to livestock, as an adult, he I guess, didn't really seem to have any problems doing this work. Sidebar, the farm that he was working on as an adult was different than the farm he'd been born on. The Picktons had moved from the original farm sometime right around when Robert had dropped out of school. Be it right before or right after, I couldn't tell you, but honestly, I really don't think that it matters all that much. At least it doesn't seem to have to Robert. Things from one farm to another don't really seem like they were all that different. If anything, things on the second farm might have been slightly worse than the conditions on the first, but I'm sure at some point you probably just really don't even notice that kind of thing anymore. When things are that bad, you're just in survival mode, like all the goddamn time. Now, that's not to say that they didn't bring some comforts from the first farm to the second. Don't worry, y'all. These fucking hillbillies quite literally towed their nasty, stank ass, decrepit old farmhouse all the way from the first plot of land over to the second. I mean, we could not expect them to leave behind that gem.
It's a good quality item.
Anyway, I just wanted to clarify that it was the second farm that Robert went on to work on after leaving his butchering apprenticeship. And actually, it seems like this was the first time in his life where Robert finally kind of started to come into his own, relatively speaking, of course. Because don't get me wrong, he was still completely bizarre by anyone's standards. But he was definitely starting to try to branch out more and to meet more people and to be more social. From what I was able to gather, it seems like the main way that Robert did this, the main way that he tried to socialize, was through writing with various pen pals. How he came into contact with these pen pals, I couldn't even begin to venture a guess, but what I can tell you is that one of the most important pen pals in Robert's life undoubtedly was a woman named Connie Anderson. Through their correspondence, Connie and Robert actually connected so much and grew so close that in 1973, Robert packed up and he made the 36-hour, 2,500-mile trek from Port Coquitlam all the way to Pontiac, Michigan to meet her in person. And you know what? I ought to hand it to Robert, because this meeting actually went incredibly well. It appears that they got along just the same in person as they had through their letters, and by the end of the 6 weeks that Robert stayed with Connie, the two were actually betrothed. Yes, reportedly, Robert left Port Coquitlam as a big old 24-year-old virgin, but he was coming back as a fiancé. Poor Connie, man. I mean, I don't know her, but I'd have to imagine that she could have done leaps and bounds better than this rat-faced fucking sack of pig shit. No, seriously, that's how people described Robert. Well, I added the sack of pig shit part, but for real, people did used to say that while David and Linda had inherited their mother's handsome genes, Robert, on the other hand, had inherited his father's rat face. Ew. That said, though, sadly, things between Robert and Connie would ultimately fizzle out over time when it became evident that neither of them seemed to care enough about the other to uproot their own lives to make their relationship work. And this was definitely a crushing blow for Robert. He always maintained that Connie was the love of his life, but no matter how much he loved her, he just could not leave his mom for her. I mean, the farm. He couldn't leave the farm for her. However, now that Robert had experienced the wonders of the touch of a woman, he definitely wasn't willing to give that up, and thus began his frequent soliciting of the services of Vancouver's women of the night. And given Robert's bottomless wallet and desperation for affection, he quickly became a favorite among these women. From wads of cash to drugs to basically whatever they wanted. Robert was there. He was willing, and he was more than able to foot the bill. And in taking these ladies out on the town, Robert started to socialize a lot more with all walks of life, from politicians to Hells Angels bikers. Robert was growing quite the eclectic group of acquaintances. And the more comfortable that he got with these women and with his new friends, the more forward he became. He gradually started requesting more and more from these ladies until eventually he was just brutalizing them and forcing them into doing whatever he wanted to do. And scarily, the more he pushed these limits, the more he seemed to enjoy himself. So then the next time he would push the limits even further. And as terrible and awful and just disgusting as that sounds in and of itself, like, just because these women are sex workers does not mean that they're at your mercy to do whatever you please. They're still entitled to their boundaries. They're still entitled to rescind their consent when you take it too far, you stank-ass hillbilly. But pushing the boundaries like he is at this point, it pales in comparison to the absolute horrors he would soon escalate to. And personally, I think that the pivotal turning point for Robert, the thing that took him from just this nasty hillbilly party boy over the edge to full-blown unhinged serial killer, it had to be the death of his mother. Although Papa Pickton passed away in 1978, which I'm sure affected Robert in some various nondescript ways. Leonard, unlike Louise, he was old and he'd been battling cancer for quite a while, so his death definitely had to have come as less of a blow. But Mama's death? Ooh. Yowza. We already know that Robert was way more attached to his mother than he ever was to his father. So then couple that with the fact that Louise passed away much younger and much more unexpectedly, girl, this sent him spiraling. Maybe not outwardly at first, but I wholeheartedly believe that Louise's passing had a very similar effect on Robert as Ed Gein's mother's passing had on him. You know, just with less nipple belts and human lampshades. Ooh, and my God, as if Robert wasn't enough of a ticking time bomb just as things sat right after Mama's death, cue her will. Obviously, the Pickton parents had a myriad of assets, which I assume the children figured would be split up pretty evenly. But while both David and Linda both received almost $90,000, as well as their fair share of the property, Robert, on the other hand, Louise's favorite, who literally waited on her hand and foot, nursing her through her own cancer right up until the very end, he, for whatever reason, received a fraction of what his siblings did. His siblings, who, mind you, were barely even affected by the fact that their parents had died. Following his mother's death, Robert got just $20,000 up front, and he got absolutely no land. The only way that he would have ever been entitled to any of the farmland was if he had remained living and working on it for an additional 10 years. So up until he was 40. Yeah, understandably, that one hurt. Him, not me. I don't fucking care. Don't worry though, because the blows didn't stop there. After Louise died, David ended up moving back onto the property and into the family's farmhouse, which in turn relegated old Bobby Boy to a quaint little trailer that he'd parked somewhere out on his now siblings' property. Ouch. Oh, and in case you're wondering, Linda, she took her money and she split. I don't know what, if any, contact that she maintained with either of her brothers following the death of her parents, but I can definitely tell you that she does not come up again within this story. And so, feeling completely betrayed and devastated by the loss of his mother and the fact that she had seemingly dicked him over via her estate, well, this seems to be when Robert went completely balls to the walls insane. I love that I say that as if living in pig shit and being in love with his mother wasn't insane up to this point. Nevertheless, though, it was throughout this time frame in his life that Robert really ramped up the amount of time and the amount of money that he was spending on sex workers. He'd pay them in either money or drugs to have sex with him, sure. But sometimes he just paid them to clean his trailer or to complete miscellaneous chores around the property. And while being hired just to clean up some hillbilly's messy trailer rather than to engage in the sex with him was probably a welcomed reprieve, there was nothing relaxing about the fact that from the late 70s through the early 2000s, at least 65 women were reported missing from the downtown east side. And sadly, because of these women's high-risk lifestyles, their careers, their socioeconomic status, what have you, whatever the case may be, their disappearances were either not taken very seriously or, in some cases, worse, they were just written off altogether. And eerily, this played right in to Robert's plans. He frequented East Hastings, Vancouver, as sort of his hunting ground for victims, likely for this reason. He knew that, more than likely, if he preyed on people from this area and from this walk of life, the authorities, they just wouldn't care. And reprehensibly, he was right. Now, horrifyingly, there's no real way to know for sure when exactly Robert began his killing spree, but judging by what was gathered as far as intel and forensic evidence is concerned regarding his case, police were definitely able to date his killings all the way back to at least 1991. That said, though, it is highly likely that Robert was out running amok throughout Port Coquitlam far beyond that. There just wasn't any definitive forensic evidence ever found to prove that theory. Evidence or not, though, there are women that Robert is suspected of murdering dating back to like 79, I think was the earliest one I saw. And actually, I feel like that would make sense that his debut year was the year that his mom died. And given the rate at which women were disappearing, never to be seen again, I think we can all collectively agree that, like, he was probably killing way before the 90s. To give you some perspective, this epidemic of missing women was becoming so serious that by 1991, on Valentine's Day of that year, the people of Vancouver organized a march in order to press police to actually investigate the disappearances of these dozens of women that were disappearing from Vancouver's downtown east side. And although Robert has only been implicated in the death of one victim in 1991, the death of Marianne Clark, I don't think that it's unrealistic to believe that he was likely responsible for way more than that. Marianne was just 25 when she went missing in August of 1991, and sadly she has never been seen or heard from ever again. And the number of women disappearing throughout the area would steadily increase over the following years, with nary a whisper of suspicion in Robert's direction, at least not from law enforcement. And actually what's really crazy is that in early 1995, police discovered the partial skull of one of Robert's victims, but because she was unidentifiable and no additional evidence was ever found, nothing really ever came of this discovery. As in, this woman is still unidentified to this day. The only reason that they were ever able to link this specific murder of this Jane Doe back to Robert was because later, when he was finally arrested, they found a few other skulls on his property that had clearly been handled in the exact same way that Jane Doe's skull had. And then later that same year, in December of 95, Diane Melnick disappeared. And her murder was later definitively linked to Robert via forensic evidence. Then in 1996, 23-year-old Tanya Holk was reported missing, later definitively being linked to Robert via forensics. That then brings us into 1997, and I don't know what got into Robert that year, but forensics gathered from his property was able to link him to the murder of 6 different women. 25-year-old Cara Louise Ellis, 24-year-old Sherry Leigh Irving, 25-year-old Andrea Faye Borehaven, 20-year-old Helen May Hallmark, 24-year-old Marnie Lee Ann Frey, and 43-year-old Cindy Felix. And remember, these are just the ones that we know of, because at this point, only God himself know the actual numbers. So basically what that boils down to is that over the span of just 3 years, Robert is believed to have taken the lives of no less than 8 women. Again, the real number is likely substantially higher, but I'm just going based off of the ones that have been conclusively proven or at least publicly linked to Robert, which by the end of 97, like I said, was 8 women. That said though, had Robert had his way, it would have been 9. Sandra Gail Ringwald, like Robert's other victims, was a working lady whom he picked up from Vancouver's Lower East Side. He coaxed her up into his shit wagon, and after promising to pay her handsomely, the two were off, making the 30-minute trek all the way back to his trailer. And things seemed pretty par for the course as far as what Sandra was used to. right up until the point where she had her back turned and Robert snuck up on her and slapped a handcuff onto one of her wrists. Thank God, though, that Robert, as we know, is an idiot, because he chose to attack Sandra within reach of a knife that he had just lying out there in the open. And you bet your bottom dollar, Sandra grabbed this knife immediately, and she proceeded to go full-on medieval on Robert's rat face. No, like literally, she stabbed him in the face. She stabbed him in the face so hard that she cut his jawbone and cracked some of his teeth. Yeah, badass. She also slashed his jugular. Yeah, she meant business. Now, unfortunately, this didn't take Robert down as quickly as one might hope. So even with the damage that he took on, he still managed to get the knife away from Sandra long enough to get a good few stabs into her as well. But thankfully, as he was just hemorrhaging all over the trailer, Sandra was able to get the knife back again before she just hightailed it the fuck up out of there. And not only did this absolute warrior of a woman manage to get away from this lunatic, but she managed to sprint across the property while holding her intestines in her hands. Yeah, man, some people are just built different. I'm ready to call it quits if I hit my funny bone too hard. Not this woman, though. This woman ran from Robert's trailer to the roadside and managed to flag down a car, all with her insides on the outside. And when she got in the car, she was so hell-bent on making sure that Robert didn't get away with what he had done to her that she mustered up every bit of strength that she had left to tell the couple that had picked her up that if she died, the guy that killed her lived in the trailer on that property. Again, badass. Thankfully, Sandra would not die. Against all odds, she managed to survive the attack, but regretfully, so did Robert. I know, right? Of course he did. What's really wild, though, is that he even ended up being treated for his injuries at the same hospital that Sandra was taken to. No, they never crossed paths, thank God, but just the idea that they were both under the same roof again later that same night, that is bananas. Obviously, police were called and Robert was questioned, but of course, he tried to turn the whole thing around and blame it all on Sandra. He told police that he had busted her trying to rob him and that then she had attacked him. So basically his attack on her was totally warranted because it was self-defense, just blah, 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 blah. Thankfully, despite his story, Robert was charged with attempted murder, but out of sheer terror, Sandra never showed up to testify at his trial. She was so scared that either Robert or David would come after her if she did speak out, that she just dipped. She refused to show up in court, and as a result, the charges were dropped, and Robert, he was a free man. Yeah, it's real disappointing. So while you chew on that, I'm gonna go ahead and take my break, throw on my lashes, and when we get back, Robert, he just keeps on killing. Don't go nowhere. All right, so we're back. I'm still sick, and this guy still sucks. We're in 1998 at this point, and they're not gonna get better since coming back from our break. After managing to skirt justice for what he did to Sandra, Robert went on the following year to kill at least 4 additional women. Again, chances are it was probably more than that, as you're going to hear me say 1,000 more times today, but the ones that I'm going over here are the ones that he has been conclusively linked to. 38-year-old Carrie Lynn Koski, 46-year-old Inga Monique Hall, 29-year-old Sarah Jean DeVries, and 27-year-old Angela Rebecca Jardine. And that brings Robert's grand total at this point to 12 women. Yet, the Vancouver police publicly stated in 1998 that they did not believe that they had a serial killer on their hands.
Wrong.
It should go without saying that I'm obviously frustrated that they were able to so brazenly dismiss the disappearance of so many women, but then to go and make a spectacle of their misguided theory that there was no serial killer for these women to be on the lookout for. Not only are you, I feel like, instilling a false sense of security into the sex workers in this area, flat out telling them that there is not someone out there systematically picking them off one by one, but in a way, you're also instilling a sense of security into Robert. Like, oh, don't worry, pal. We are not onto you in the slightest. You keep on doing what you're doing. I don't know, man. It is deeply disheartening that the police, through these decades, were so quickly able to write off the deaths and the disappearances of so many women just because of the path that they chose to support themselves in life. Just because they chose a high-risk lifestyle, that means they're not worth protecting or seeking justice for? Gross. Here's a brilliant idea. How about we decriminalize sex work? We regulate it. We protect it. I can guarantee you, if the criminal implications were taken out of the sex work equation, then these women would not have had to lie low, hide their work, and basically live in the shadows. In my humble and unsolicited opinion, criminalizing sex work is dangerous for women. Flat out. When you have to sneak around for your livelihood, inherently, it is going to make it harder for police to protect you. Now, that's not to say that they should have been so fucking dismissive about it either way. The way this case was handled in particular was beyond appalling. But I can recognize that because these women were forced to fly under the radar, that it could have made it more difficult for police to look into their disappearances. Now, that does not excuse their complete and total lack of effort, because you're the police. You can't just ignore something because it's tricky. I guess their official excuse was that since they never found any bodies, they couldn't have possibly known that these women were being murdered, but whatever. Sorry, I'll digress because this is obviously a very nuanced topic with a lot of different talking points. Now, the Vancouver Police Board did post a $100,000 reward for any information that would have led to solving the case of these missing women, and I believe that that was offered sometime in 1999, all while, meanwhile, their not a serial killer was out robbing 4 more women of their lives. 22-year-old Jacqueline Michelle McDonnell, 43-year-old Wendy Crawford, 28-year-old Jennifer Lynn Firminger, and 27-year-old Tiffany Louise Drew. Once again, all of these women were definitively linked to Robert years later via forensic evidence removed from his property. Oh, and then the following year, the police took a giant zero-gravity moon step backwards when they decided to scale back the size of the investigation that they had going on into all of these missing women. You know, all while Robert was out killing another 2, possibly 3 women. 32-year-old Brenda Ann Wolfe and 42-year-old Deborah Lynn Jones, both of whom disappeared in Y2K, were eventually conclusively linked to Robert via forensic material removed from his property. And then the maybe 3 stems from a woman named Dawn Teresa Cray, who was 42 years old when she too disappeared in 2000. Investigators have never been able to conclusively link her to Robert through forensic evidence, but it is widely believed that he is to blame for her disappearance and probable murder. But sure, let's scale back the investigation. That definitely seems like the right thing to do. By the way, if you've lost track, that is for sure 19 women, but maybe 21 women that Robert is responsible for murdering. It all just depends on if he really is responsible for the deaths of Marianne Clark and Dawn Teresa Cray. Mind you, while all of this was going on, police were receiving basically round-the-clock complaints from those whose properties neighbored the Picktons. Now, sadly, none of these complaints were about the missing women. I highly doubt the neighbors knew about that. But harder to keep a secret was the smell, appearance, and noise that came from Robert and David's property. These 2 men were seriously just the most derelict hillbillies that the human brain could possibly imagine. Just 2 completely low-down, wretched miscreants. Both of them, because David certainly did not clean his act up, pun intended, following the whole Tim Barrett experience. Yeah, no, the whole time that Robert was out on his spree of terror, his baby bro was also living his own life of crime. Be it violently attacking or attempting to SA women, be it trying to become a Hell's Angel. Truly, nothing was off limits to these 2 gigantic, dreadful pieces of shit. They literally opened up a makeshift nightclub on their disgusting property called Piggy Palace, where they hosted these enormous, wild, dirty parties damn near every night. Hence the constant noise complaints. Frustratingly, though, these noise complaints always fell on deaf ears. Again, pun intended. And this was due to the fact that this upscale establishment was not only frequented by society's rejects, but it was also sometimes visited by people like mayors or members of city council, from high-up government officials all the way down to high school students. Evidently, it did not matter who you were. Anyone and everyone was welcome in some capacity or another at ye old Piggy Palace. Sidebar, yes, if you're wondering, I am aware that this story is absolutely fucking preposterous. The fact that I am talking about real people right now boggles the mind. Sometimes there could be upwards of 2,000 people crammed into this like tin tube, just raving and dancing and drugging, doing drugs. You know what I meant. Like, does this place not just sound like an absolute cesspool? There is no way you're getting out of one of these parties without needing antibiotics, a rabies shot, something, just even getting near it. Regardless of that, though, people loved it, I guess, because on a good night, Robert and David could pull in close to $50,000 just from being a place for people to hang out and cut loose. And that's not even taking into consideration a chop shop that they had set up on their property, and they had their meat business. So grotesque as these brothers were, they were managing to do incredibly well for themselves financially. Back to Piggy Palace, though, for a second. Is that whole concept not crazy that all of these people are partying alongside this deranged maniac and they had no idea? That is so scary. That is why I just stay home. Because what do they say? That the average person walks past like 36 murderers in their lifetime? Not me. Not unless they walking past my couch. Anyway, sorry, we left off at Y2K, so that brings us to 2001, which thankfully was the last year that Robert was free to rob women of their lives as he pleased. And you may be wondering by this point how word had not spread in some capacity or another through the ladies of the night that all of these women seem to have disappeared after being seen headed off with Robert, especially given what Sandra had gone through. Like, even if police weren't taking his disappearances seriously, word had to have spread enough through the East Side that Robert was dangerous to take on as a client, right? Well, 1000%, yes, it absolutely had. The problem with that, though, as previously stated, was that Robert had just so much money. Robert had enough money that even when he wasn't able to convince a woman to come back with him himself, he also had just these terrible women on a retainer, basically, that would then help him lure women away from downtown and back to his trailer. Isn't that disgusting? The fact that this man was able to find multiple women that were willing to help him brutalize and murder other women, that is just sick. Their names were Gina and Dina, by the way, in case you want to put a face and name to the additional people that you now hate from this story. Throughout Robert's final active year, it has been proven forensically that he took at least an additional 8 women's lives before he was finally stopped for good. 25-year-old Patricia Rose Johnson, 34-year-old Georgina Faith Papin, 27-year-old Heather Kathleen Bottomley, 30-year-old Heather Gabriel Chinnock, 22-year-old Andrea Josberry, 29-year-old Serena Abbotsway, 26-year-old Mona Lee Wilson, and 34-year-old Diane Rosemary Rock. It's also widely believed that Robert is responsible for the disappearance and probable murder of 33-year-old Yvonne Marie Bowen that year as well. However, there's never been any forensic evidence discovered or presented to prove that definitively. Altogether, that is 27 women that we know for sure that Robert killed, as well as 3 women that we can't say for sure, but we're pretty sure. Plus, there's also women who have come forward in recent years claiming to have survived encounters with Robert, as well as other women who are speculated to have disappeared at Robert's hands. All while police sat around with their thumbs in their asses, doing nothing. Authorities didn't even end up with Robert on their radar in any kind of criminal way until early 2002. And even then, it still did not have anything to do with these missing women. They only ended up at Robert's property to follow up on a tip they received about illegal weapons being on the farm. Screw the dead girls. When illegal firearms come into play, they'll follow that up immediately. Ooh, that shit just chaps my ass, because police received some tips regarding Robert's potential involvement regarding the missing women, a ton over the years. The problem, though, was that they received so many tips that it would have been hard to look into all of them, so they didn't. But illegal weapons, that'll get them there post-haste. Who'd have thought that that was all it would have taken? Police descended onto the Pickton's property to execute their search warrant on February 5th, 2002. Again, they were solely on the property that day in search of the supposed illegal weapons that Robert was hoarding. But boy, did they get the surprise of a lifetime as they began ransacking his trailer. Sure, they found some weapons. Notably, I believe they found like a shitload of knives. However, what really stuck out to them was a piece of paper that had Heather Bottomley's name on it. If you'll remember, she was one of the women that went missing the previous year, back in April of 2001. However, while that obviously raised some eyebrows and police definitely took notice, it wasn't exactly enough to send him to the gallows just yet. But when they subsequently found Serena Abbotsway's inhaler, also intermixed with Robert's things, well, let's just say that items belonging to 2 missing women, that was a lot more compelling than one item belonging to 1 missing woman. Serena Abbotsway had also gone missing back in August of the previous year. Robert was ultimately charged with a weapons offense on February 7th, 2002. However, this was mostly just a tactic to keep him locked up while they sealed off and began extensively searching his entire property. And although they definitely found some weird shit on Robert's property, pretty much in every direction they turned, sex toys, pig carcasses, women's clothing, some jewelry, some sort of a dildo, a gun. No, I'm not kidding. He, I guess, used it as a silencer of sorts. But even with all of these discoveries, it still took police 10 whole days of searching before they finally came across the first biological material that they could use to slap murder charges onto Robert. Ultimately, it would be Mona Wilson's blood that would be Robert's complete undoing. Mona had gone missing back in November of 2001, and she's actually believed to have been one of Robert's final victims, if not his final victim. But frustratingly, even with the discovery of this evidence, police were far from putting a bow onto Robert's case. Despite the hours and hours and hours of interviews and interrogations that Robert was subject to while he was being held by police, he refused to confess to any of the horrific and deplorable things that he had done. And what's even worse is that he was very clearly enjoying all of this newfound attention. He was so obviously proud of what he had done, even later stating that his only regret was that he got caught at 49 kills and that he didn't get to make it to the big 5-0. Unfortunately, though, even with as proud as he clearly was, he still did refuse to give police any sort of formal confession for weeks. Yes, for weeks. He put them through this dog and pony show, fucking misunderstood, innocent hick act before he would ultimately finally confess. Ugh, and his confession was so anticlimactic too. Just so completely mundane, as if he was talking about the weather. One of the cops confronted him about the sloppiness of one of his kills, and Robert, no shit, was just like, yeah, you got me. Yes, obviously I'm glad that he finally came clean, but then all those theatrics, for what? He was just a very disappointing excuse for a person. Any way you slice it. He's the worst. Oh, you know what else he did? He tried to tell police that he had totally planned to stop killing women once he had carried out one last murder. Because, you know, he really wanted to get to that even 50. For some reason, that milestone was very important to him. Robert was then asked to identify his victims, to which he replied, no comment, before he then tried to negotiate with police. He tried to tell them that he would happily give up the names of his victims if, and only if, they agreed to immediately cease and desist the search of his property. Yeah, nice try, Bobby boy. Nice try. Sadly, though, for Robert, against his wishes, the search of his property, rather than halting post-confession, instead went on to become the largest forensic investigation in Canadian history up to that point. For nearly 2 years, hundreds of people, day in and day out, sifted through the unspeakable mess that was the Pickton's property, to the tune of like $100 million, mind you. And honestly, in my opinion, these people are the heroes of this case. The forensic techs that were actually executing the search of Robert's property, these poor people had to sift by hand through decades and decades of not just regular disgusting filth, but also they had to sift through like 20 years of pig shit. And you know what? As disgusting as it sounds, they happily did it. They showed up every day, all in the name of justice for these beautiful women who the Vancouver police and the RCMP had just branded as lesser than. So yes, bless the people who were tasked with that search and just to the ones who allowed things to get this far. Throughout the entirety of this search, investigators discovered thousands of fragments of human remains, as well as just like an unquantifiable amount of animal remains. Obviously, I could never possibly go through each and every piece of forensic evidence that they pulled from the Pickton's property. That would be insane. But some of the notable mentions are some buckets that they found with dissected skulls in them. These skulls were actually the ones that made them realize that Jane Doe's skull that had been discovered back in 95 had to have been one of Robert's victims. I guess they had been dissected or split in half the same way. Additionally, they found severed hands as well as severed feet. And buckle up for this one. In one of Robert's many freezers, police discovered multiple bags of ground meat, which were later confirmed via testing to not only be pork, but pork interspersed with ground up human flesh. This meant that Homeboy was almost certainly selling minced up human meat to his customers, along with his pork products. I can imagine few more horrifying things than what it must have been like to live in this area at this time, to know that you bought meat from this maniac, and then to find out that it might have been human meat. How the fuck do you come to terms with that mentally? And I'm asking that as a third-party civilian, because there's also a chance that some of his victims' families could have possibly purchased or been given meat from him. Like, I cannot fathom how you could ever begin to process that knowledge. That makes me physically fucking ill to think about. Like, yes, I know I make a lot of jokes throughout these videos. They are obviously only ever at the killer's expense, but I never want it to get lost that I really, really do feel so deeply saddened for these victims and for their families. Losing a loved one is truly such a heartbreaking experience, and losing someone unexpectedly is even worse. So losing someone unexpectedly and then finding out that this is how they met their fate, that this is the horror that they went through in their final moments, only to then have their body disrespected in such heinous ways. To find out that someone you loved was disposed of the same way as livestock? Yeah, don't worry, because we're gonna get there. But it is just the most unfathomable nightmare I think that a person could ever possibly find themselves in, to find out that all of this had happened to their loved one. Overall, Robert was charged initially with 27 counts of first-degree murder, heavy emphasis on initially. These were the 27 victims that police had recovered forensic evidence on, all the ones that we've covered throughout the course of this video. And while all of that sounds good, like throw the book at this stank-ass motherfucker, unfortunately, the judge set to preside over Robert's case, he must have had somewhere else to be. Not only did he decide that ultimately it was best to drop one of the charges altogether, but he also decided to split the remaining 26. And I bet you're thinking 13 and 13, right?
Wrong.
No, he decided that for the first trial, they would try Robert for 6 of his murders. 6 of them. 6. But, you know, that's fine. Right? Again, wrong. Because, okay, so best case scenario. Let's say that they do end up trying him for the remaining 20 at a later date, which, spoiler alert, they don't. But splitting the cases also kind of dampened the case that they did present, because they couldn't reference any of the other evidence from the other charges within the trial that they did have the courtesy to try. So yeah, it was a whole ass mess. I thought we had it rough down here in America, but apparently, Canada, y'all ain't much better. We really all just be out here on some bullshit, huh? Robert's trial began on January 30th, 2006, with, not surprisingly, Bobby pleading not guilty to all of his charges. Why not force these poor people's families to listen to all of the horrific details of what happened to their loved ones? Because, boy, did this trial bring to light some very disturbing insight into what truly happened to these poor women. According to testimony given by a friend of Robert's, whom reportedly he'd confessed to years before he was actually apprehended, Robert claimed he would pick up women from the east side in order to bring them back to his trailer for sex. This much we know. But then, apparently, as they were just about to finish the deed, Robert would grab their hands from behind and he would handcuff them before strangling them to death. Once they were gone, he would then take them and hang them upside down by hooks that he would insert into their ankles, and he would then slit their throats and allow them to bleed out into a bucket. Then, once their bodies were drained of their blood, he would fillet and dismember them, not dissimilar to the way that he would butcher his livestock. And as if it could not get worse, he would then feed a majority of his victims' bodies to his pigs. Yeah, Babe may be adorable and cute on the big screen, but in real life, under the right conditions, a pig can fuck you right up. Sure, pigs can make good pets, but at the end of the day, they're scavengers. When they're hungry enough, they will eat almost anything. And that includes, but is not limited to, human bones, soft tissue, and teeth. And with the amount of livestock that he had on the property, he basically had his very own built-in disposal system right in his very own backyard. And then anything the pigs might not want to eat, Robert would then just gather up and intermix with other animal scraps before then hauling it all down to the same animal processing plant that he took his regular animal parts to, ensuring that these parts would all be ground down together and destroyed, never to be seen again, and especially never to be traced back to him. I guess even with as dumb as Robert was, he did have at least a little bit of a brain in his head, because he did make sure to never take parts like heads or hands or feet to the processing plant, because those could obviously too easily be recognized as human. So I guess that also solves the mystery of all of the skulls and feet and hands police found in buckets all over his property. And while this first friend never actually witnessed anything Robert claimed to do, the same could not be said for Robert's friend Lynn, who also came out after Robert was arrested to share her eyewitness accounts of his madness. Lynn actually lived on the Pickton property for a while during some of the years that Robert was on his killing spree, and evidently one night she ended up walking into the barn to find Robert literally butchering a woman's body. Obviously, seeing this, Lynn freaked the fuck out, as you do. However, before she could get the hell out of there, Robert grabbed her and he forced her to stand there and watch him as he finished methodically and systematically breaking down this poor woman's body. And while he would later simply pay her off to keep her mouth shut, it was very much implied during the whole experience that if she did ever dare to speak up, Robert would ensure that she met the same fate as the woman that was currently on his table. And so, after that night, Lynn kept Robert's secret, just slamming back drugs and alcohol, basically all day, every day, just to try to cope with the horrible things that she had seen. Isn't it crazy how many people either knew or potentially knew what Robert was up to? And it still took police over 20 years to connect the dots and to trace these disappearances back to him. There was another lady, a woman named Tracy, who managed to talk Robert down when he tried to attack her. And then when they were driving home, he confessed to her, like everything. He told her all about how he had this silly little habit of murdering sex workers who didn't magically turn their lives around and get clean, simply just at his behest.
Okay.
Back to the trial, though. In Robert's defense, his legal team went with basically the only defense they possibly could, which was that Robert was a simpleton who just was not mentally capable of carrying out these crimes as methodically as the prosecution was suggesting he had. Their strategy was that if Robert was guilty of anything, it was second-degree murder, not first. And they must have presented a pretty good argument, because brace yourselves. After deliberation, jurors returned, finding Robert guilty on all counts of second-degree murder, as the defense suggested, not first, as the prosecution had. Yeah, I don't know how you can commit the same murder 27 times if you go by forensics, 49 times if you go by Robert's own words. How you can commit the same crime so many times and it not be premeditated, but that's, I guess, none of my business. Robert was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for at least 25 years in 2007. So given that he was arrested in 2002, that made him eligible for parole in 2027. Yes, as in 2.5 years from right now when I'm filming this. That 2027. Isn't that terrifying? Thankfully, though, I can guarantee you that he will never see a single day outside of a prison cell again, because earlier this year, in May of 2024, he died. Well, actually, he was murdered, which ain't that poetic freaking justice? But yeah, he was attacked by another inmate and stabbed in the head with, like, a broken off broom handle or some shit. Following the attack, Robert was rushed to the hospital where he was placed in a medically induced coma before he finally passed away on May 31st, 2024. He was, I believe, 74 years old. And sure, you or I might find great pleasure in knowing that Robert died an incredibly painful and violent death, deservedly so, but it still pales in comparison to the horrible things that he did to his victims. It absolutely does not undo the pain and suffering that he caused to so many people, all because of the awful things that he did. I think one of the victims' family members summed it up best in their statement by saying, quote, "I guess he suffered at the end somewhere along the line, but he still, in my view, hasn't suffered enough for all the deaths that he caused and all of the women that are gone." I just can't believe that he was never tried for all of his victims. To mishandle the cases from the beginning like this, only to go on to let them slip once again through the proverbial cracks, to me is like pouring salt in the wound. Sure, police did eventually extend like a half-hearted apology to the public following Robert's arrest, stating that they could and should have caught him sooner, which you think. What I'm hearing here is that, by your own admission, you could have saved God knows how many lives had you just gotten off your asses and done something about this missing women epidemic. Good to know. Thanks for nothing. Now, supposedly the climate has changed in Canada now, as far as law enforcement is concerned. They claim that this was like a big wake-up call to them, and that now they understand that people from marginalized groups like this are actually more likely to fall victim to violent crime than their middle or upper class counterparts. Meaning they now understand that these disappearances should be taken incredibly seriously and not just swept under the rug like they were in this case. I mean, it's pretty sad that it took countless dead women to get them to that conclusion, but better late than never, I guess. Following Robert's death, while going through his things, prison officials actually found a bunch of writings and notes that he had penned while incarcerated. And apparently, after giving the documents a once-over, it appears as though what they actually found was Robert's manuscript, eloquently titled Telling My Story. Now, at the time I'm filming this, these writings have never been released to the public, but from what I could gather, it seems like it was a pretty comprehensive account of all of his murders, which, if true, could help investigators link him to the additional 19 murders that he always claimed to have committed. Understandably, some of the families are desperately trying to prevent the release of this document to the public, arguing that they should get to read it themselves before anything else is done with it. I guess it was actually set to be released on Amazon earlier this year, which is wild to me, but it was pulled due to public backlash and outrage. And yeah, with that, you guys, we're about wrapped for today. Rest in peace to all of Robert's victims. I wish that I was able to tell you more about who each and every one of them were, because truly, their stories deserve to be so much more than just this. But sadly, comprehensive information about each of them just really isn't readily available out there to the public. At any rate, I hope they are all resting peacefully, and conversely, I hope that Robert is straight up roasting on a spit of his own in hell's hottest little corner for what he did to these poor women. And honestly, saying it out loud, even that sounds too good for him. This case is a special request coming right at you from Rachel. So thank you to Rachel so much for submitting this story and for your patience in me in actually getting to it. Today's story features a truly deranged 5-year killing spree in which the perpetrator loved his victims so much that he would bathe them, he would dress them, he'd get jiggy with them, and in the time between all of those things, he would keep them under his floorboards. Yeah, buckle up, my friends. This is the story of notorious serial killer Dennis Nilsen. Okay, so I know I said that our story takes place in England, which for the most part it does. However, before we end up there, we first have to take a wee jaunt over to Fraserburgh, Scotland. Fraserburgh is located about 600-ish miles northwest of London, putting the two locations at about an 11-hour trip from one another. Fraserburgh is a quaint little town in Aberdeenshire, Scotland, with a present-day population of just under 13,000. That said, though, at the time our story takes place, it sat at just about 13,000. Given that Fraserburgh is the busiest fishing port in the country and the largest shellfish port in Europe, suffice it to say that the town as a whole is known for its fishing, duh. It's also known for its lighthouses, its beautiful beach, and for its golf. GOLF. And all of that together sounds fine and dandy, right? Well, sure. Until you learn that it's also famous for the man at the center of our story here today. Dennis Andrew Nilsen was born on November 23rd, 1945 in Fraserburgh to his parents Elizabeth and Olav. The two had met during Olav's time in Scotland as a Norwegian soldier. They met, they dated briefly, and by 1942, they had officially tied the knot. And from what I could gather, once they'd married and they'd settled into their lives together, our girl Lizzie, she started squirting out kids quick. Just 3 years later, Dennis was born, and he was already their second. And then following him, pretty quickly after, came his sister. So there was Elizabeth, Olav Jr., Dennis, and then finally Sylvia, thus completing Nilsen party of 5. Looking back though, I guess it's a good thing that she shot him out as quickly as she did, because by 1948, Elizabeth decided that she had fucked up entirely just in marrying Olav, and she wanted out. I don't think that their marriage ever was particularly dreamy, but from what I read, Olav seems to have cared significantly more about his duties as a soldier than he ever cared about being either a husband or a father. So when Elizabeth floated the idea of getting divorced to her parents, whom, mind you, never wanted her to marry Olav in the first place, they were like, hell yes, girl, leave his ass, we got you. They wanted her away from that man so badly that they were willing to roll out the red carpet for she, as well as her 3 children, to come and live with them. And, for the most part, this arrangement seemed to work well, at least for a while. Elizabeth was happy to be away from Olav. She had help with the kids. They had a roof over their head. I mean, what more could you really ask for? And Dennis, in particular, he loved living at his grandparents' house. He and his grandpa Andrew, they were like this. Obviously, Dennis was partially named after his grandfather, with his middle name also being Andrew. But beyond that, from the time they moved in with them, when Dennis was just 3, he and Andrew were basically the best of friends. The family would go on these gorgeous picnics along the Scottish countryside. His grandfather would carry him on his shoulders on these long, beautiful walks through all of Scotland's amazing nature. At this point in his life, Dennis really was just content. He felt safe with his grandpa. He knew he was always looking out for him. He always had his siblings around. For a 5-6-year-old, life was mostly good, except for, when it wasn't. Now, for a while during early childhood, the only moments that Dennis could remember actually being viscerally unhappy were the times that his grandpa was away at sea. As previously mentioned, Fraserburgh hosts the busiest fishing port in the entire country. In fact, it's actually so busy that I believe even to this day, the fishing industry in Fraserburgh actually employs over half of the working population. And at the time our story takes place, that did in fact include Dennis's beloved Pappy. So Andrew was actually gone away at sea fishing fairly often, considering the fact that he had 5 mouths back at home to feed. And like I said, these stretches of time for Dennis, they were particularly rough. Dennis loved his grandpa so much, so whenever he was without him, Dennis he felt empty. But then, of course, Andrew would come back and everything would be all peachy keen again, right up until he went away for his next stint out on the water. Lather, rinse, repeat, completely predictably, all the way up until late 1951. Dennis is 5, about to turn 6 at this point. Grandpa Andrew takes off. He's out at sea for another trip. Things are going well, per usual, until Halloween night, when poor old Andy, he died. Yeah, massive heart attack, just right there on the North Sea. Honestly, I can't say that I really blame him, because have you seen North Sea TikTok? I'd have a fucking heart attack out there too. That shit is terrifying. Almost as terrifying as how Dennis's sweet old mom decided to break the news of his grandpa's passing to him. Okay, so after Andrew kicked it out at sea, obviously they're not just going to keep him on the boat for the rest of the weeks that they're going to be out there. So at the first opportunity they got, they brought his body ashore and they mailed it back to Dennis's mom's family, basically in a cargo box. Now, I really can't be sure, but in hearing that, I'm imagining something along these lines, although some sources do refer to it as a coffin, but I don't really see them mailing him in a coffin, but who's to say? It doesn't matter. That's not the point. The point is that when the box arrived back at the house, Dennis's grandma and his mom, I guess they laid it out on display. They just popped it open and just there's Grandpa's body in a box on the floor, on a table. I don't know. All I know is that Dennis was just happy as a clam, walking in from school that day as if it's any old regular schmegular other day. He's greeted by his mother. It's probably typical, whatever. However, much to Dennis's surprise, his mom actually then asked him if he would like to see his grandpa. And instantly, Dennis is pumped. We know if there is one thing in this world he loves, it's his papa Andrew. So of course, he says yes. I mean, this is just a wonderful surprise. His favorite person in the world is now back home weeks earlier than he'd expected to see him. This is great. He runs into the other room. He's expecting a warm embrace from his grandpa, who, mind you, was apparently the only family member to ever actually hug Dennis. So he's ready to leap into his arms and ask him all about his fishing trip when, bam, he is stopped right in his tiny little tracks. Yeah, you see, nobody had really taken the time to mention to Dennis, to alert him, to warn him, that Grandpa had died. So his mother instead had just sent him into the room to just see how things played out. She figured it wasn't worth a difficult conversation. He could just figure it out himself. I mean, honestly, we could pack it up here and be done. No wonder little homie loses his fucking mind after this. Hello? You cannot just spring something like that on a child. Their tiny little brains cannot process something like that. They can't handle that on their own, especially completely unexpectedly. My God, what was that woman thinking? And from what I could gather, it really does seem like this whole awful event kind of broke little Dennis's brain. From that point on, with each passing day, Dennis seems to have become more and more quiet and more withdrawn. He no longer made any effort to make any friends. He barely spoke to his family. I mean, he was just completely detached from everything. More often than not, if he wasn't just holed up alone in the house, you would find him standing alone at the harbor, just watching the boats pass by. And as if things weren't bad enough for Dennis already, soon after his grandfather's death, his mother remarried, moving him and his siblings out of the home that they had shared with their grandparents and into a new, smaller flat with their new stepfather. Over the following few years, his mother and stepfather would go on to have a few more children, and with each new addition to the family, Dennis began feeling more and more like a black sheep. He felt as though his new half-siblings were all that his mother cared about. He felt as though his stepfather favored his brother as far as the original 3 siblings were concerned. Overall, it does not sound like the new house and the new dad and the new siblings were a very happy transition for Dennis. Don't worry though, because it's only going to get more difficult and more confusing for him as time goes on. To recap, Grandpa dies, he's put on display in the living room, Mom remarries, he hates his new stepdad, he's overshadowed by his siblings. Oh, he almost drowned at one point. That was probably traumatizing. So what else could life possibly throw at young Dennis? You may be wondering. Well, puberty, of course. That's a strange and funny time for us all, am I right? That said though, while we all go through it, I definitely think that it does railroad some of us harder than it does others. And unfortunately for Dennis, much like everything else in his life, this was also an incredibly difficult time. Yes, it's difficult for all of us, but for Dennis, it was mainly difficult because it was right around his descent into puberty that Dennis began to realize that perhaps, he might be a little bit gay. Like I said in the last video, who isn't? But sadly, Dennis didn't grow up with that mindset. Unfortunately, realizing that he was attracted to his male schoolmates, this was something that he felt incredibly shameful about. And while I can wholeheartedly sympathize with those feelings, especially knowing that he grew up in a time and a place where it was widely thought of as shameful and sinful to be gay, I do have to tell you that right about here, this is going to be where my sympathy for Dennis stops. And that's because in order to try to prove to himself that he wasn't gay, Dennis decided to molest his very own sister in hopes of finding it arousing. Spoiler alert, it didn't work. I can totally see wanting to experiment and to see what you're into, but you do that with other consenting, age-appropriate, non-biologically related partners. You do not put your grubby little hands on your baby sister in hopes of manipulating the gay out of you. Gross, Dennis. Now, surely this could be a space to discuss the idea that had there not been such a deplorable stigma surrounding being gay at the time? Would Dennis have been so desperate to try to change himself? Perhaps not, but at the end of the day, even when he'd accepted his sexuality, he was still a depraved monster. So unfortunately, I think that's just who Dennis was. Gay, straight, or somewhere in between. I don't think it would have mattered. However, as those around Dennis began to suspect that he might be gay, mainly his older brother, who ridiculed him for it constantly, that didn't help the situation. Let's just say that. Overall, Dennis was just absolutely and completely miserable at his home, as was he also apparently a danger to his sister. But as far as Dennis specifically was concerned, he did not feel as though his life was going to get any better where he was. And so rather than staying at home for years to come and finishing traditional schooling and then moving on from there, Dennis instead at age 14 decided to join the Army Cadet Force in hopes of eventually transitioning into a career as a chef with the British Army. And now, Dennis may have been a big old weirdo and a sexual predator by this point, but I will hand it to Lil Homie. He was definitely smart. He passed his Army entrance exam with flying colors before then signing a 9-year service contract. He began his training with the Army Catering Corps at the St. Omer Barracks, located in Aldershot, Hampshire, sometime in the tail end of 61. So he's 15 going on 16 at this point. And within just weeks of beginning his duties at St. Omer, Dennis was thriving. Not only did he always look back on this period of time as the happiest in his life, but he really was crushing it as far as his duties within the Army were concerned as well. He was away from his family and away from all of the trauma. He got to travel. For the most part, things through this time frame do seem to be like the best it ever gets for Dennis. However, the one thing that he could not escape just by leaving home was likely the one thing that haunted him the most. And that was, of course, his sexuality. During this time frame, the 1960s, something like, I think 93% of people in the UK still viewed being gay as a problem. In their eyes, it was an illness, a plague, if you will, something that desperately needed to be cured. So to avoid being found out, Dennis never even so much as alluded to his fellow cadets that he was interested in men. In fact, he jumped through hoops on motherfucking hoops to keep that shit as hidden as he possibly could. He refused to even shower with the other cadets, which is typically just how it's done. But Dennis was so scared that being surrounded by all those hunky, wet, naked men, he thought it might just be too much for him. So instead, he went out of his way to shower alone so that he could avoid any unwanted pop-ups from the downstairs neighbors, if you catch my drift. But what's actually super ironic about that is that when he showered alone to avoid getting a boner, he also used that time to romance himself. Don't get me wrong, everybody's got needs. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Knowing everything I know, Dennis is gross. Therefore, the thought of him tickling his pickle, to me, is also quite gross. Actually, it's instances like this where I'm glad that I have virtually no ability to picture things mentally, voluntarily or not. Unfortunately, though, for Dennis, repressing so much about who he was for so long, it did eventually start to catch up with him. By the time Dennis was just barely 19, he was actually already heading towards full-blown alcoholism. He had started drinking, like most people do, socially to try to ease his anxieties. However, eventually, Dennis began frequently drinking to the point of full-on blacking out. And as Dennis himself experienced this complete lack of control and coherence on more than one occasion, strangely, this started to morph into like a demented little almost fetish in his head. It became this like desire he had of wanting to have a sexual partner that was like that. Drugged, drunk, passed out, dead. I don't think it really mattered all that much to Dennis as to how they got into that state. I think he just wanted a partner that was totally and completely at his mercy. And what's even more freaky is that Dennis took this desire and he tried to flip it in these like weird experiment type things that he would try to do on his army buddies. So like sometimes when they would go out drinking, Dennis would pretend to be drunk, which he normally was, so this was nothing new to the other men. But when Dennis would do this, he would actually be completely sober and just acting wasted, all in the hopes that one of the other men would decide to seize the opportunity and take advantage of him when he blacked out. Now, to my knowledge, no one ever actually took this opportunity, but damn, for someone who was allegedly rubbing him out as frequently as Dennis was, the fact that he was still so hard up that he wanted to be literally sexually assaulted, I mean, what the fuck? I'm telling you, I genuinely believe that his brain broke that day that he saw his dead grandpa in that box. He never got over that shit, and he only seems to have gotten weirder and weirder and fucking weirder from that day on. And if anything, throughout his time in the army, things only continued to get worse with him. As he rose up the ranks and he started outranking his peers, Dennis became... quite frankly, he became insufferable. He always needed to be right. You couldn't have a conversation with the man without it turning into an argument. He just thought he was so much smarter than everyone, so much better than everyone. Just like a real sense of entitlement and sense of self-aggrandizement. And the more he was recognized for his job performance, the worse and worse it got. All in all, Dennis served in the army for right around 11 years. He had a couple of deployments, most of which were uneventful. He did get kidnapped by a taxi driver during his time in what's now part of Yemen. However, back then it was the state of Aden. And it sounds terrible to say, but knowing how this all plays out, kind of sucks that he actually managed to get away from that guy. But alas, he did. He survived, and he made it out of the army in 1972, just before his 27th birthday. His service time came to an end, and he subsequently ended up moving back home briefly. His plan was to live with his family again until he figured out his next steps career-wise. However, following a big old rumble in which his brother tattled on him for being gay, Dennis left his family home, understandably pissed, and actually following that night, he rarely, if ever, spoke to anyone in his family ever again. So what is Dennis's direction now? He's no longer in the army. He no longer has his family. He no longer has any real significant relationships to lean on. So where's he going to turn? Well, he's going to turn to London's Metropolitan Police Department, of course. Yep, our old pal Denny has now decided that he wants to be a cop because... of course he did. And no, that is not a dig on cops or law enforcement as a whole, not even slightly. I'm just saying that it always seems like these freaks have this like demented, undoubtedly nefarious interest in law enforcement because they're big old goddamn weirdos. Nevertheless, though, Dennis finished up his training with the department in early 1973 before beginning his time as a junior constable. Why is it that when I say junior constable, all I can imagine is this kid? Dude, if only Dennis was that sweet and innocent. Unfortunately, though, for Dennis, being a cop did not turn out to be the calling that he had dreamed it would be for him. He was still drinking heavily, he was still struggling with his sexuality, and overall, being a police officer just did not seem to mesh well with his personal life in the way that he had hoped it would. So by the end of that same year, 1973, Dennis had resigned completely from the Metropolitan Police Department, and instead he had taken on intermittent work as a security guard. He picked up these odd security jobs periodically for about 6 months, give or take, before he finally found permanent employment working as a civil servant at a local employment agency. And this was in like mid-74. And Dennis, well, he was a real mixed bag when it came to his performance at this job. Because on one hand, he was quiet and friendly, and he never really caused any trouble. He even offered to work extra shifts every now and again. But on the other hand, he sometimes didn't even show up for his regularly scheduled shifts, so I guess you could say you never really knew what you were going to get from Dennis on any given day. That said, though, despite whatever professional shortcomings Dennis was exhibiting, he was eventually promoted to executive officer, and this was more of a supervisor type position that he would actually keep all throughout the remainder of our story today. And so that puts us, like, I guess right around 1975, which coincidentally ended up being quite a big year for our now 30-year-old Dennis. From what I was able to gather, this actually appears to be the year that Dennis gets into his first real relationship. I say relationship because later this man would go on to claim that they weren't actually in a sexual relationship, but I guess we'll never really know. All I know is that up to this point, Dennis's sexual endeavors have been largely paid for, if you catch my drift. However, in November of 1975, all of that would change when Dennis swooped in and defended a young man named David Gallichan outside of a local pub. I guess David was getting kind of roughed up by some just Neanderthal losers that were making fun of him for being gay. However, when Dennis saw this, he came along and he broke up the argument before then offering to let David come back home with him to cool off. David did accept Dennis's offer, and by the next morning, the two had made such a connection that they decided to move in together. Like, ASAP. And this wasn't like, oh my god, this was so fun, we should totally move in together type of bullshit. Nah, these two ended up moving in together into a new flat within just a couple of days. 195 Melrose Avenue was a ground floor vacancy located in Cricklewood, and not only was this place bigger than either Dennis or David's previous homes, but the landlord also promised them that it would be fully furnished and that they would have exclusive access to the garden in the back of the property. Which sounds great, right? Too good to be true even. Well, that's because it was. Not only did the landlord and Dennis have very different ideas of what constituted as fully furnished, but additionally, it did not take long for the honeymoon phase of Dennis and David's relationship to wear off. Eventually, they started fighting like all the time. Dennis was like so unbelievably mean to David. They stopped being intimate with one another. They started sleeping in separate beds. I mean, things really seemed to have deteriorated quickly until before they knew it, they were both just parading other partners through the house in front of one another. Like, it is giving toxic for sure. And wouldn't you know it, within 18-ish months of being together, in May of 77, Dennis and David decided to call it quits and to go their separate ways. David ended up moving out of he and Dennis's flat, while Dennis opted to maintain the lease and to just stay put. He figured he'd already been managing all of the bills for he and David all this time, so it could only get more affordable now, having it down to just one person. And boy, was he just one lonely person. He tried dating a couple of other men once he and David's relationship exploded, but nothing else ever really seemed to stick. So by 1978, Dennis had become something of a hermit. He didn't really leave his house for any reason other than to go to work or to go out to get booze. Instead, he spent every night isolated and alone and drunk in his flat, just listening to music. And honestly, if he hadn't have gone on to become such a demented monster, this might have made me feel bad for him. Because, I mean, even the most introverted people aren't meant to be alone that much. Truly, if you look into it, the impacts of long-term isolation, they're pretty scary. Obviously, there's loneliness, depression, anxiety. I mean, those are a given. But what's crazy is that there can actually be ramifications to a person's physical health as well. Yeah, studies link isolation to higher risks of developing heart disease, stroke, high blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, dementia. Like, as much as it's popular and funny to joke about hating other people, at the end of the day, humans are scientifically proven to be pack animals. We need social interaction, and if we don't get it, we might snap. And ironically, that wraps us right back around to Dennis and his broken brain. After a while, even Dennis recognized that, like, this constant isolation, it wasn't doing him any favors. And so, on December 30th, 1978, after getting absolutely shammered at home by himself, Dennis decided that before he turned in for the night, he at least owed it to himself to try to leave the apartment and to socialize a bit. Even if it was just for an hour, it had to help some, right? Well, little did Dennis know in that moment that that decision would, in fact, change the entire course of the rest of his life. Stephen Dean Holmes was just 14 years old when, purely by happenstance, he found himself in Dennis's crosshairs. Stephen, who was originally from Ireland at the time our story takes place, was just your average, run-of-the-mill, happy teenage boy. He had a good family, he had friends, he loved sports, he loved music. Like I said, he was a completely normal boy, just living a completely normal and happy life, right up until he walked into Cricklewood Arms pub that cold December night. And hearing that, instantly, I'm sure like, what was a 14-year-old boy doing in a pub? And answer, I don't know. I know he was on his way home from a concert before he walked into the bar that night. So was he cold and just looking for a place to warm up? Perhaps. Was he looking to carry on his good time and see if maybe he could score himself some booze? Maybe. I mean, I know the kind of shit I was getting into at 14, so I'm definitely not going to write it off completely. Whatever the case may be, though, bottom line is that he walked into that pub, and from that night on, no one ever saw him alive again. As soon as Stephen walked into the bar, Dennis took notice of him immediately. Yes, he was instantly drawn to this 14-year-old boy.
No.
Eventually, he got up the nerve to go over and to introduce himself to Stephen. He did always maintain that age never came up, as if there was any chance that this boy was anything other than 14. Nevertheless, though, they get to talking, they hit it off, I guess as much as a 33-year-old man and a 14-year-old child can, which shouldn't be at all, but here we sit. And reprehensibly, after hanging out together in the bar for a bit, Dennis eventually offered to take Stephen back to his place so that they could hang out and drink a little more and listen to some music. And internally, while researching this, I was just screaming, like, don't do it. Objectively, though, I get it. Not only was this era vastly different than the era that we currently find ourselves in, but kids are naive. All poor Stephen sees here is this cool older guy offering to let him drink and to listen to music, which we know Stephen loved. I mean, he had no idea that he was walking straight into a demented, horrible nightmare that he would never make it out of. Once back at Dennis's flat, at first things progressed, I assume, exactly how Stephen expected they would. Dennis did in fact provide him with some booze. They did in fact listen to some music, and eventually, because Stephen was in fact a literal child, the booze caught up with him and he ended up just kind of passing out, asleep, right there in Dennis's flat. Something that Dennis was all too eager to try to take advantage of. Seeing Stephen sleeping there peacefully right in front of him, well, he simply just could not resist. Slowly, Dennis slithered his nasty, lanky-ass little body out of his clothes. He crept over to the bed where Stephen slept, and very gently and very quietly, so as not to wake Stephen up, Dennis climbed in bed next to him for a wildly inappropriate and frankly disturbing snuggle sesh. And Dennis later admitted that lying there next to an unconscious Stephen, this was the happiest that he had felt in months. Maybe even years. He felt so at peace and so content for hours lying there next to Stephen that when reality came screaming back to him, when he realized that eventually this boy was going to wake up, he was going to come to, and he was going to leave. Yeah, things might have been good for a few hours, but at the end of it, Dennis realized that he was going to end up right back where he had started. Sad, drunk, and alone. And that singular thought, knowing he was probably never going to see this boy ever again once he left, that thought alone scared Dennis more than probably anything else in his life ever had. And so, acting on sheer desperation to never lose his new friend and to never be alone again, Dennis, using Stephen's own necktie, strangled the boy to the point of unconsciousness. Obviously, he had been sleeping when Dennis first made the move to strangle him. However, having something tightened around his throat, that quickly woke Stephen up. I mean, can you imagine? That had to be so unbelievably disorienting and confusing and just terrifying. Stephen did try desperately to fight back against Dennis, to get the tie off his neck and to get away, but ultimately it was just no use. Dennis was more than twice his age and twice his size. And before he knew it, his eyes went black, his body went limp, and devastatingly, that horrifying image, that would be the last thing that Stephen would ever see. Because as Dennis stood there, standing over Stephen's now limp body, he knew that he couldn't just let him wake up and leave. Not only would he then still wind up alone, but chances are that now that he attacked this boy, he was probably going to end up in some trouble too. Neither of which Dennis viewed as an actual option. So he rifled through his apartment and found a bucket, which he filled up with water before carrying it over to where Stephen lay. He stared at the boy, contemplating whether or not he was really going to go through with this, before ultimately deciding that he had to. And so, very gently, he lifted Stephen's head over the bucket before fully submerging it into the water. Of course, Stephen gave no reaction as he was completely passed out still. And then, according to Dennis, within just a couple of moments, Stephen was dead. And horrifyingly, this was just the beginning of an emerging ritual of Dennis's. Once Stephen was dead, Dennis took his body into the bathroom. He undressed him and he began methodically and systematically bathing him, as in bathing his corpse. And Dennis was transfixed, I guess you could say, with this poor boy's body. After he bathed him, he moved Stephen back to his bed, where he just stared at him, dementedly feeling comforted by the fact that now he could never leave him. He would never have to be alone again. And this thought got Dennis real amped up. So amped up, in fact, that he then took this opportunity, after murdering this boy, to romance himself over his body. Twice. Yeah, he was apparently very into what he had done here. Once he was satisfied, at least for the time being, Dennis then lifted up some floorboards in his room before gently lowering Stephen down into a small crawl space that lie beneath his floor. And that, my friends, is where Dennis would keep Stephen for just shy of the following year. You know, aside from when he would hoist him back out to hang out with him for a bit. Yeah, I guess because it was winter when Dennis killed Stephen, the cold temperatures in the ground kept him from decomposing too quickly. So Dennis was able to get a lot of play out of his time with Stephen. Yeah, Demented doesn't even begin to cover it. However, by the time the following August rolled around, there really wasn't anything that Dennis could do anymore to prolong the inevitable. Stephen's body had begun to decompose at a fairly alarming rate over the course of that summer. And so on August 11th, 1979, Dennis headed out to his private little garden. He sparked up a bonfire, and under the cover of nightfall, Dennis took what was left of Stephen's body out of the floor. He dismembered him, and he carried him outside, all so that he could incinerate what was left of this poor, innocent 14-year-old little boy right there in his backyard with no more care than if he was just roasting some campfire weenies. And yeah, that is how it all began. Dennis's 5-year-long deranged and twisted and depraved killing spree. It all began with the murder of a 14-year-old boy. And I will tell you what, once he broke that seal, there was nothing that was going to stop him from keeping himself a companion. But before we get into that, I'm going to take my break, throw on my lashes, and when we get back, more bodies on the floor and meat in the drains. Don't go nowhere. All right, so we're back, and just before our break, Dennis had officially gotten away with his first kill. And when I tell you that he really wasn't trying to wait to get around to that second one, literally 2 months to the day of when Dennis disposed of Stephen, so October 11th, 1979, Dennis attempted to take his second life. Andrew Ho was a young exchange student, originally from Hong Kong, whom Dennis happened upon that night at St. Martin's Lane pub. Much like with Stephen, Dennis approached Andrew and he struck up a conversation, this time knowing full well what his true endgame was. And after talking and hanging out at the pub for a while, Dennis propositioned Andrew for the sex. He invited him back to his place. Andrew obliged, but once they got to Dennis's flat, things escalated beyond where Andrew had intended they would very quickly. Evidently, when speaking about what they might get into that night, Andrew insinuated to Dennis that, he wasn't opposed to maybe a little bit of bondage, no judgment, is two consenting adults, do your thing. However, what Dennis took that to mean was strangle Andrew with a tie. Yes, exactly as he had done to Stephen. Boo-hoo for Dennis, though, was that unlike Stephen, Andrew was not so easily overpowered, and he managed to escape from not just Dennis's grasp, but he managed to get the fuck out of Dennis's apartment altogether. He got the hell out of Dodge, he ran his ass straight to the police station, and he reported to them exactly what had happened to him. And then Dennis was arrested, imprisoned, and now we're done here, right? Wrong. Look at that time bar. We're just scratching the surface on this shit. Now, Dennis was questioned regarding this incident, but when push came to shove, for whatever reason, Andrew decided not to pursue his case against Dennis. Therefore, the whole thing kind of just fizzled into nothingness. Once again, leaving Dennis free to hunt down his next victim. 23-year-old Kenneth Okenden was in London from Canada visiting relatives when he had the misfortune of happening upon Dennis at a West End pub one day, just right around lunchtime. Again, Dennis sought out Kenneth. He struck up a conversation with him, and after a few hours of talking, the two had really seemed like they'd hit it off. They took a long walk around town together, they kept on drinking, and as the afternoon came to a close, Dennis invited Kenneth back to his place to have dinner together and to hang out a bit more before Kenneth had to head back to his hotel. Kenneth agreed, and at first, when they got back to Dennis's, things were still going really well, relatively speaking. He and Kenneth had a lot in common. They seemed to really enjoy each other's company, and had that been it, perhaps the story might have had a vastly different ending than it unfortunately does. However, because Dennis was painfully aware of the fact that Kenneth was simply in town for a visit, the thought of him eventually leaving that flat, it was even more unbearable to him than when he'd imagined Stephen leaving. And so, rather than lose yet another perfectly suitable partner, Dennis instead decided that Kenneth, he would be staying with him no matter what. This time, rather than with a necktie, Dennis strangled Kenneth with the cord to some headphones that the two of them had been sharing to listen to some of Dennis's music. He strangled him, and he then dragged Kenneth's now lifeless body across his apartment by the headphone cord that was still wrapped around his neck so that he could pour himself a drink, before continuing to listen to music on those very same headphones. Once again, similarly to Stephen, Dennis eventually undressed Kenneth before placing him in the bathtub. He ran the water, he filled up the tub, and then again, he methodically and systematically bathed every inch of Kenneth, all while having these undoubtedly freaky, telepathic conversations with him. He then laid Kenneth in his bed, where he proceeded to sleep that night, cuddled up next to the corpse of yet another young man that he's just killed. But over the course of the following few days, Dennis did deviate slightly from the routine that he had followed with Stephen specifically. He didn't immediately place Kenneth in the crawl space under the floorboards. Rather, he kept Kenneth out and about in the apartment with him, placing him only away in the closet when he had to either leave the flat for work or to run errands. Oh, and one of these errands, that was to go out to buy a camera, a Polaroid camera, to be exact. And this purchase was made with the sole intent for Dennis to pose Kenneth in a myriad of probably disturbing positions, all just to satisfy whatever sick hankering I guess he had going at any given moment. Dennis did eventually relegate Kenneth's body to the same under-the-floor resting place that he had stored Stephen, but he still frequently brought him out to snuggle with and to photograph and to generally just spend time with. And for the next 5 months, poor Kenneth's body was just unwillingly at Dennis's mercy. Now, all that said, Kenneth's disappearance, it did not go unnoticed. And that's not to say that Stephen's did. I highly doubt that. I wasn't able to find anything from the news regarding his disappearance specifically. Kenneth, on the other hand, his disappearance hit the news pretty quickly following Dennis's murdering him. A fact that actually quite freaked Dennis out in the grand scheme of things. And it kind of seems like from that point on, Dennis made a point to no longer rely on his victims to just waltz into his life purely by chance. Rather, from here on out, it kind of seems like Dennis realized that if he was going to keep getting away with this, he needed to seek out a more specific type of victim that would be less likely to be missed, therefore less likely to lead to his capture. 16-year-old Martin Duffy had left home and hitchhiked to London in May of 1980, just before he, regretfully, crossed paths with Dennis. Sadly, Martin had struggled a lot in his life. He was in and out of trouble a lot. He was addicted to drugs. So by the time he came across Dennis, let's just say that he had been through it and it showed. And seeing just how tired and hungry and worn down Martin looked, Dennis immediately assumed that he was either wayward or homeless, and therefore he was easily able to lure him back to his flat with the promise of just a hot meal and a place to stay. Sadly though, as soon as Martin fell asleep that evening, Dennis fashioned a ligature around his neck and he strangled him
to the point of unconsciousness. Then, once he was sure that poor Martin was not going to wake up, he drug him through the apartment and into the kitchen, where he proceeded to drown him to death in his kitchen sink. He then stripped the boy down to admire his body, later recounting him as the youngest looking naked body he had ever seen. Therefore, he was exceptionally beautiful to Dennis. Of course, Dennis then spent a few days disrespecting Martin's body in pretty much every and any way you could possibly imagine, before he then stowed him away under the floorboards at his first obvious sign of decay. And then from that point on, Dennis, he really ramps up the crazy following Martin's murder. Much like any serial killer, because that is what he is now. He's solidified that title, now having his third kill under his belt. And it's almost like his want to kill is becoming a need to kill at this point. You know, we've had some decent cooldown periods in between some of the first attacks, but following Martin, Dennis is going to start just banging them out, back to back to back. Within just the 6 months following Martin's murder, Dennis went on to kill an additional 5, 6, maybe 7 young men. I've seen the number reported differently from different places. Mind you, whatever the number was, it would have been that plus 1 had Dennis had his way. But thankfully, just like Andrew in 79, one of these young men was lucky enough to manage to narrowly escape Dennis's clutches with his life still intact. Douglas Stewart fell asleep while at Dennis's flat in August of 1980, only to wake to find Dennis attempting to strangle him after having already tied his feet together. Like I said, luckily for Doug, he was able to fight off Dennis before succumbing to his intended fate. However, later Dennis would claim that he had only attacked Doug because he thought that Doug had meant him ill. So he had preemptively attacked him to prevent him from attacking him.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. It was obviously all just a bunch of bullshit. The cops were eventually contacted. However, nothing ever came of this because it was really just Dennis's word against Doug's. And since Doug had managed to escape with his life, I guess it all kind of just boiled down to no harm, no foul again. And because of this, sadly, numerous other men that year would not be so lucky. And the only one of these men to ever be identified was 27-year-old William Sutherland. Now, supposedly Dennis wasn't even really interested in anything to do with Billy. However, as a working gentleman of the night, Dennis claims that Billy followed him back to his flat, all while pestering him to solicit his services. Then, apparently in a blacked out, drunken stupor, Dennis ended up killing Billy, only to realize what he had done the following morning when he woke up to find Billy's body just laying there. And so now, heading into 1981, this puts Dennis's estimated kill total somewhere in, or at the very least near, the double digits. Mind you, with each and every kill, he is still stowing these bodies away, all of them smushed together, one on top of the other, nestled disturbingly right under the floorboards of his own home. I mean, some of these bodies, they had been there for months of just decaying and decomposing. There were maggots and flies just all over them. It's a revolting mental image. And Dennis did try to manage the odor as well as the maggot infestation by spraying deodorant as well as insecticides into the crawl space. However, when that didn't work, because Dennis resigned himself to the fact that his posse, they would need to be dealt with. And so, one by one, he removed his friends from the crawl space. He took them outside and he placed them in another bonfire that he had built. This time he threw an old car tire on top of the fire once he had everybody's body parts in it, and he did this as a way to try and mitigate the undoubtedly vile odor that this ghastly fire was going to emit. And this fire in particular, it burned for hours, even at some points drawing groups of neighborhood kids to gather around and watch. But even with this audience and with the smell and even the multiple times that police had Dennis hand delivered to them, still no one
was any the wiser. Mind you, Dennis was smarter than to just lug fully intact bodies out to this bonfire. No, instead he would butcher them within his flat. He would bag up certain parts. He'd boil certain other parts. Basically, he was just trying to manage whatever he could in the cover of his home before he then took the odds and ends out to the fire. And then, eventually, as the fire petered out, Dennis would take gardening tools and smash up whatever easily identifiable bones might still be present. But beyond that, as the fire was reduced to embers, just like that, Dennis had yet again wiped his slate and his crawl space clean, just in time for his next victim. Well, victims. From January to September of 1981, Dennis is believed to have killed at least 3 additional young men, none of which, to my knowledge at least, have ever been able to be identified. When later recounting these murders specifically to police, Dennis simply delineated the victims by their appearance. There was an 18-year-old blue-eyed boy that he'd picked up at Golden Lion Pub, a skinhead boy whom he'd met in Leicester Square, and a Belfast man that he had met and murdered sometime in February of that year. And while to us, each and every one of these killings is monumentally horrific in and of itself, these events to Dennis, they came to be so routine, I guess you could say, that to him it was just, and I quote, end of the day, end of the drink, end of a person, floorboards back, carpet replaced, and back to work at Denmark Street. Like, let's not lose focus of the fact that these are people's lives he's discussing. The fact that he could be so calloused and so blasé about wiping these poor young men out, so nonchalant about robbing them of their futures, it truly is just unfucking believable. I mean, of course, I shouldn't be surprised because the man is keeping bodies in his floorboards and disemboweling people at his leisure, so I don't know why I'm clutching my pearls at him admitting that he didn't care about these young men, because obviously he didn't. But it is definitely one thing to know it versus being a whole other thing to admit it and to say it out loud, you know? And guess what? We're still not even close to done. September 17th, 1981, Dennis happens upon a young 23-year-old Malcolm Barlow simply just sitting outside of his flat. And when Dennis approached Malcolm, he began complaining of either issues stemming from his epilepsy or issues stemming from his epilepsy medication. But whatever the case may be, he was having some sort of health crisis. And shockingly, in a completely unprecedented move for Dennis, he actually brought Malcolm into his house to help him. He brought him in, he sat him down, and he actually called an ambulance to come and get him. Something that Malcolm was actually so thankful for that when he was released from the hospital, he came straight back to Dennis's apartment just to thank him. Now, Dennis did invite Malcolm in briefly, and the two did throw back a couple of drinks together. However, after a while, Dennis started to get bored of Malcolm. You know, he was becoming bothersome to Dennis. So ultimately, he decided to take care of this problem in the same fashion that he had taken care of so many other things before. He waited for Malcolm to fall asleep. He silently approached him so as not to wake him. And as was second nature to him at this point, Dennis began to strangle him. This time, Dennis didn't feel the need to complete any sort of ritual that he normally would. No, instead, this was seemingly one of the few times that Dennis just killed someone because he didn't like them and he didn't want them around anymore. And that's quite interesting when you think of the fact that he typically killed people because he did like them and he did want to keep them around. I don't know. It's just, it's interesting. He didn't take Malcolm to the bath. He didn't change his clothes. He didn't take any pictures of him. He simply killed this man to rid himself of him, and then he shoved him into one of his kitchen cabinets. Evidently, the crawl space was just teeming with bodies at this point, and he didn't really have much, if any, space to add Malcolm to the bunch. So for now, going under the kitchen sink was just gonna have to do. Little did Dennis know, though, that he had much bigger problems on the horizon than an overzealous transient like Malcolm. Shortly after he had murdered Malcolm, Dennis was actually forced to move out of his ground floor flat at 195 Melrose so that the landlord could complete some renovations. Obviously, this was a very stressful time for Dennis, as, you know,
moving is for anyone. However, on top of the traditional, typical stress that the rest of us are used to when it comes to moving, Dennis also had hella bodies hidden around his flat that he now needed to deal with sooner rather than later. Dennis was set to move into an attic flat at 23D Cranley Gardens, located in Muswell Hill, in October of 1981. But before he could make the move, he had to spark up one last bonfire in order to dispose of, I believe now 5 bodies that he had just lying around. Again, he covered the smell of the bodies with an old car tire, just as he had the last time. And again, somehow, Dennis managed to dispose of these bodies and to walk away scot-free. He packed up his flat, he moved the 6 miles northeast to Cranley Gardens, and he settled down into his new abode. And actually, at first, Dennis thought that this might be a positive change for him. He thought that without some of the amenities that he had grown so used to at Melrose, maybe he wouldn't be able to keep killing people at Cranley Gardens. For starters, he was on the top floor now of the building, making transporting things much more difficult. He no longer had a private garden to access for his bonfires, and he also no longer had removable floorboards to put his buddies in. Big bummer, right? So he thought this was it. This was the end of the madness. But do you think that this actually stopped Dennis from continuing his killing spree? Because it absolutely, unequivocally, 1,000,000,000% did not. Within a month-ish of Dennis moving into his new apartment, he lured a 19-year-old boy back and he tried to strangle him. Now, he actually did not end up killing this kid for whatever reason. He just opted to let him go. And this was something that Dennis claimed he did a lot. He claimed that he would black out when he went into his murderous rampages, but that sometimes he would snap back too before he had taken things too far, and that then he would just let those people go. Unfortunately, though, he did not let his next victim escape his grasp. John Howlett was just 23 years old in March of 1982 when he ran across a now 37-year-old Dennis. The two men ran into each other at a pub near Leicester Square, and after throwing a few back and talking for a bit, Dennis invited John back to his place for a couple more drinks. Once they were there, they watched a movie together, they did keep drinking, and eventually John just plumb fell asleep. Dennis claims he did try to wake John up about an hour later, but homeboy had been drinking all the livelong day. So although Dennis supposedly attempted to wake him up, he was wildly unsuccessful. And so there, standing in his flat, staring at his favorite thing in the world, an unconscious man, Dennis decided to just seize the opportunity and he began to strangle John. Unfortunately, though, for Dennis, ironically, this actually did wake John up. And when he realized what was happening, girl, he was pissed, and rightfully so. He and Dennis ended up in this crazy all-out brawl, with John attempting to strangle Dennis in retaliation for Dennis trying to strangle him. Girl, it was a mess. Sadly, though, Dennis did eventually secure the upper hand in this fight, and eventually he strangled John to the point of unconsciousness. Of course, his plan was to strangle him to completion, to strangle him to death. Sorry, I don't know why I said it like that. But for whatever reason, no matter how many times he tried to manually strangle John, he always ended up breathing again after Dennis was done. So finally, I think after the 3rd try, Dennis got fed up and he ended up drowning John in his bathtub in his flat. And then 2 months later, after John's fingerprint impressions had finally faded from Dennis's throat, he decided to head out on the town and pursue yet another victim. Carl Stoddard was 21 years old when he and Dennis crossed paths. Dennis introduced himself to Carl at the Black Cap pub in Camden after he had caught his eye. As per usual, Dennis invited Carl back to his flat. The two continued to drink right up until Dennis offered Carl a sleeping bag to crash in for the night. Carl accepted this offer and he turned in, only to wake up to find Dennis trying to strangle him. Yeah. Now, at first, more than anything, Carl was just confused. I mean, I'm sure we've all been there, alcohol or not. When you're in that, other dimension type sleep, and you wake up in your own bed and you're confused about who you are and what friggin' year it is. So I can imagine that it would be rather disorienting to wake up drunk and in a stranger's home. You know, understandably, it might take you a minute or so to regain your bearings. And now, clearly seeing that he had freaked Carl out, for whatever reason, Dennis decided to back off, and he instead tried to comfort him. He explained to Carl that, he had seen that he was kind of tangled up in the zipper of his sleeping bag, and so wanting his guest to be comfortable, he was just trying to fix it. And while this did placate Carl momentarily, when he woke up the next time, to Dennis trying to drown him? Yeah, fool me once, shame on you, but fool me twice? I don't fucking think so. Carl immediately began trying to fight back, however, with the element of surprise and the awkwardness of trying to drunkenly fight his way out of a bathtub. Carl really didn't stand a chance. Before he knew it, Dennis had submerged his head and his face in the water until he blacked out. And thinking that he'd succeeded this time in killing Carl, Dennis went about his usual routine. He was traipsing him all up and down the apartment. He was positioning him in various places, as if Carl was just a casual guest. However, what Dennis failed to realize was that Carl, sweet baby Carl, he was still alive. Yeah, he'd been knocked out, and his breathing was pretty shallow, but rest assured, dead he was not. And as living people tend to do, eventually Carl did come back to, and when he realized where he was and what had gone on, he asked Dennis, like, hey, what the fuck? And that is when Dennis proceeded to weave perhaps the tallest of tales, telling Carl, like, you don't remember? I found you helplessly tangled up in your sleeping bag, suffocating and on the brink of death. And so I saved you. He then tried to assure him that he had only placed him in the water to combat his shock. Yeah, only thing shocking here, Dennis, is your expectation that Carl's gonna believe that crock of shit, but okay. So, acting on self-preservation alone, Carl pacified Dennis, and he was like, oh, cool. I'd like to leave now. And for whatever reason, Dennis agreed, and he took Carl to the closest train station, where he bid him adieu, but not before telling him that he would love to get together again. Like, I know you fucking lying. You wrap me up in a sleeping bag like a fucking Chipotle burrito, and you waterboard me in my sleep, and you think I'm coming back here ever? Homie, if I never see you again for the rest of my life, it'll be too soon. Like, the audacity of this man. I am telling you what. Anyway, that does now bring us to October 1982, when Dennis's little wondering eye happened to notice 27-year-old Graham Allen waiting for a cab at Shaftesbury Avenue. Dennis immediately approached him, and he offered him dinner back at his place, an offer that Graham accepted. And once the two were back at Dennis's, before Graham could even finish the meal that Dennis had made him, Dennis killed him. He strangled him, he placed him in the bathtub, he put him through the usual ritual, and then he kept him there in his apartment for the next 3 days. Once those 3 days were up, he then methodically dissected and dismembered Graham's body, just as he had his previous victims, which I don't know that I've clarified this yet, but at Dennis's new place, he was basically just keeping these victims' bodies any old places they'd fit. Be it trash bags in his wardrobe, his tea chest, a drawer that he had under his bathtub. Like, Dennis really had to get creative here at Cranley Gardens now that he was without the fire pit back at Melrose. And boy, did Dennis come up with some very unique and interesting means of disposal. Like when they say that desperate times call for desperate measures, they mean it. Don't worry, we're getting there. Actually, we're getting very close to there, because with that, we have now finally made it to Dennis's last victim. And this is going to sound so stupid, but this last one really freaks me out, because just like his first victim, his last victim's name was also Stephen. And while that means absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things, for some reason, the fact that he bookended his killing spree with 2 boys/men named Stephen, I don't know. For some reason, it really, really gives me the willies. As does the fact that Dennis
kind of sort of low-key resembles a former boss of mine, but that's not really here nor there, so I digress. But yeah, first victim Stephen, last victim Stephen. Stephen Sinclair, Dennis's final victim, was just 20 years old when he had the misfortune of coming into contact with Dennis. And what is really, really sad about this is that very shortly before this, Stephen had actually tried to take his own life, but he had survived. And ain't that just some shit to survive a suicide attempt just to be taken out by this fucking goon? Like, that is some cruel irony if I've ever heard it. Anyway, I'm not quite sure where Dennis and Stephen initially met. However, as per usual, Dennis struck up a conversation with him, the two hit it off, and ultimately, Dennis ended up inviting Stephen back to his flat to hang out. Once back at Cranley Gardens, Dennis proceeded to feed Stephen obscene amounts of alcohol until he passed out, before he then strangled him with a homemade ligature that he had crafted out of rope and a necktie. Dennis then undressed Stephen, and he bathed him before then joining him naked in his bed and just staring at the two of them in a mirror. He then proceeded to sleep alongside Stephen's body that night before waking up and dismembering him over the course of the following few days. And remember those unique disposal methods I alluded to a minute ago? Well, you ever use a toilet? Fun fact, so has Dennis, but not in the way that you're thinking. Well, I mean, I'm sure he's used one in that way too, but he flushed them. The body parts, the meaty ones that he thought the plumbing could handle. Yeah, he sent them right down the old Porcelain Express, Adam Strong style. I mean, technically, Dennis was active before Adam Strong, but as far as my channel goes, Adam Strong came. It doesn't matter. The main takeaway here is that Dennis is now one of two people that I've discussed here on this channel that thought that residential plumbing would be the best way to dispose of their murder victims. Absolutely bananas. Big fucking surprise to no one though, other than Dennis. Turns out your average private residence's pipes aren't quite rated for human meat disposal. And so before he knew it, he, along with multiple of his fellow residents at Cranley Gardens, they were experiencing some massively backed up drains. Dennis himself even had the gall to write a complaint letter to the leasing agents complaining about their shitty plumbing. Pun not intended, but I did kind of love it. I mean, he wasn't the only one complaining, but you would think that he'd be trying to keep this situation on the down low, considering that he knows goddamn good and well what the issue with the pipes was. Nevertheless, though, plumbers were sent out to the flats, and upon opening the drain cover on the side of the house, this poor plumber, completely unexpectedly, came face to face with just pounds and pounds of meat. Now, he didn't know right from jump that this was human meat, but you're used to liquid sewage. I have to imagine that anything that maintains that much structure has got to be unsettling. Bless him, though, because he pushed forward. He worked diligently and he worked tirelessly to try to unclog the drains. You know, till he noticed the bones. Yeah, that was when he tapped out and decided to call in for backup. And the following morning, the plumber, accompanied by his supervisor, returned to Cranley Gardens to continue the work. However, they were both very surprised to see that, evidently, the clog had already been cleared. Yeah, Dennis had snuck out of his flat the previous night, and he had tried to clear the issue himself, hoping, I don't know, that they just think they imagined the whole thing. But big fat bummer for him, the plumbers definitely thought it was weird that the drain had mysteriously unclogged itself overnight. Not to mention that first plumber knew what he had seen. So even though, I guess technically their job was done, the plumber and his supervisor decided to still keep looking through the pipes. And when they did, it did not take them long to discover more flesh and more bones stuck in some other areas of the piping. Mainly the pipes leading from the top floor flat, as in Dennis's flat. And after giving the bones a bit of a closer look, both of the men agreed that they looked like they'd come from a human hand. And that was when they both decided to tap out and to instead call in the big guns. Police arrived to Cranley Gardens later that day to collect the flesh and the bones. Just everything that they could easily bag was subsequently taken to a mortuary, and the material was officially then determined to have been human remains. So finally, after how many men have tried to report Dennis for attacking them and trying to kill them, finally,
police are headed out to Cranley Gardens to question him. Frustratingly though, at the time they arrived to speak to Dennis, he was actually still at work. So rather than go and cause a scene at Job Center, they simply stood around and they waited outside of the flat for Dennis to get home. And boy, when he got home, did Dennis pretend to be shocked that police could be so interested in his pipes. Really, he knew what was going on. He knew that it was over for him. He actually told a coworker that day before he went home and was met with police that if he wasn't at work the following day, he was either dead or in jail. So he wasn't shocked at all, despite how he pretended to appear to police. He still tried it though. Initially, when talking to police and talking about what had been found in the pipes, he said that it looked like someone had, quote, been flushing their Kentucky Fried Chicken. In response, police assured Dennis that they had plenty reason to be interested in his plumbing before requesting that he lead them to his flat, which he did then proceed to do. And ooh, girl, you think digging around in them pipes smelled bad? That was nothing compared to the horrendous stank that police could smell permeating out of Dennis's home. And as true crime ladies and gentlethems, I'm sure that we have heard copious amounts of times that there is nothing more unique, I guess, than the smell of death and the smell of rotting flesh. So now pretty much having confirmation that Dennis was to blame for the flesh in the pipes, because the smell in his apartment gave that away. So police proceeded to inform him that they had positively identified the substance in the pipes as human remains, to which Dennis responded, "Good grief. How awful." Okay, Charlie Brown. Sorry, I have absolutely had it with Dennis at this point, as had the police by the point they were at. They didn't have time for Dennis's games, and with their patience wearing thin, DCI Peter J. demanded that Dennis cut the crap and tell him where the rest of the body was. Singular, as in one. Yeah. All this time that they're scooping through the pipes and talking to pathologists and standing around waiting for Dennis to clock out of work, police were full on thinking that they had busted this man for one murder. Little did they know that Dennis's true body count lies somewhere within the double digits, dating all the way back to 5 years and one whole apartment earlier. Obviously, Dennis knew that at this point his goose, if you will, was effectively cooked. So, with no fight left in him, Dennis told police that he intended to cooperate fully with them, but that it was a long story and they needed to just, go ahead on down to the police station. And actually, I think this was police's first inkling that, this might be a lot more than we had initially anticipated it would be. And so it was in the car on the way to the station that one of the officers asked Dennis, point blank, how many bodies exactly are we talking about here? To which Dennis then shrugged and replied, I don't know, 15, 16. I've been doing this since 78. I mean, obviously we know this, but can you imagine what it felt like for police to hear that? That one had to sting, especially when they connected the dots that so many different men had reported Dennis for being an absolute fucking weirdo, but that somehow every time he had simply managed to fall through the cracks. And assumably, that reality hit even harder later when police returned to Dennis's flat to remove the bodies, and they came quite literally face to face with the carnage that had slipped through their fingers. Overall, police recovered 2 dissected torsos, a shopping bag filled with various organs, a human skull, a severed head, a mostly intact torso, a lower torso and 2 legs, another skull, another partial torso, and various miscellaneous bones. And these parts were recovered from different hiding spots all over Dennis's flat. Truly, at the end of the day, I have no idea the exact number of lives that Dennis truly actually took. Honestly, I don't think anyone does. I don't even think Dennis does. Ultimately, he was formally charged with 6 of his innumerable murders, as well as 2 counts of attempted murder. When asked why he had done what he had done, Dennis assured police that he honestly didn't know. He claimed that he got absolutely no joy from killing, but he did claim to worship the art and the act of death. So, I mean, that's weird. Dennis's trial began on October 24th, 1983, with Dennis's defense arguing that he suffered from diminished responsibility, therefore making him incapable of intentionally committing murder as he was being charged. Their argument wasn't that Dennis hadn't killed these people. Rather, they were countering that instead he should be convicted of only manslaughter. Throughout the course of the trial, the court heard from numerous survivors of Dennis's, all recounting in great detail the horror they experienced at Dennis's hand before they managed to escape, still clinging to their lives. And these testimonies were moving, they were gut-wrenching, and most of all, they were wildly impactful. And on November 4th, 1983, the jury returned, not surprisingly, finding Dennis guilty of all 6 counts of murder, as well as 1 of the 2 counts of attempted murder. However, bearing that in mind, you might find it interesting to know that they actually didn't come to this decision unanimously. It was simply a majority vote. There were actually some members of the jury that either thought he was innocent, or at the very least, thought that the whole diminished capacity defense had some merit. Even with the confession, with the physical evidence, the meat in the pipes, the pictures that Dennis took of his victims, the knives and the cutting boards he used to butcher them. They had journals of Dennis's and body parts and pots and pans that Dennis would use to boil certain parts for disposal. Truly, they had so much physical evidence that I cannot believe that even a single member of that jury held out like that. Like, that shit is crazy. Now, initially, Dennis was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 25 years. However, 11 years later, that sentence was actually replaced by a true life tariff, guaranteeing beyond any doubt that Dennis would, in fact, spend the remainder of his days locked up and behind bars. And this decision actually didn't really seem to bother Dennis all that much. He never even so much as batted an eyelash at his sentence, let alone did he attempt to appeal. Apparently, he was relaxed and relieved being in prison, so maybe the stress of what he was doing and the fear of getting caught, maybe that had all been weighing on him heavier than he'd actually ever realized. While incarcerated, Dennis worked in the prison workshop. He spent his free time translating written word to Braille. He read, he wrote, he painted, he played music on a little keyboard he somehow acquired. I said he wrote, but he wrote an autobiography, a 400-page long autobiography. I didn't read it. Sorry. But, you know, aside from the occasional inmate-on-inmate violence, Dennis seems to have fared better in prison than he ever did in the free world. I mean, like, sure, he got attacked by a razor blade once, but 89 stitches and a quick prison transfer later, and Dennis was back to living his best. Following the transfer, Dennis lived out the remainder of his days at Her Majesty's Prison, Full Sutton, located near Pocklington in the East Riding of Yorkshire. And he was there right up until a post-op blood clot took his ass out on May 12th, 2018, when he was 73. He had been rushed to York Hospital, where he underwent emergency surgery to repair a ruptured abdominal aneurysm. And although the surgery appeared to be successful, like I said, it was a blood clot after the fact that just laid him clean out. Final destination style, baby. When it's your time, it's your time. And apparently ain't nothing stopping death from hunting you down. Everybody good? Well, I hope you enjoyed it while it lasted, because I'm about to yank your warm fuzzies right away from you. And I ain't replacing it with anything good. Sorry. Now, I know I haven't really been doing content warnings at the beginning of my videos anymore, which honestly, I'm really not even sure why I stopped doing that, but regardless, if ever there was a time to heed a content warning, / if ever there was a case that needed a content warning, it's today. Today's case is hands down, without a doubt, one of the worst cases I have ever researched. It is so brutal, and dude, it is just, it's all bad. It's so bad. It's gonna stick with you, and it's going to upset you. Just for a little context, inherently, just by doing what I do here, I have relatively thick skin when it comes to researching these cases, but this one in particular, I'm telling you, it really fucked with my head. So proceed with caution, because once you've heard it, you can't unhear it. Okay? Today we're going to be discussing the horrifying and disturbing kidnapping, rape, torture, and murder of 16-year-old Darlene Priorello. This case was another request, so if everyone could please join me in thanking Inlay for requesting this one. Thank you, Inlay. But also, How dare you? No, I'm totally kidding. She was actually incredibly kind and transparent with me from the get-go in her request form. She made sure to adequately warn me about what I was getting into before I even started researching. She even warned me that I would likely cry looking into Darlene's story, and full transparency, she was not wrong. There were more than a few times during researching this one that I found myself either tearing up or needing to just shut my laptop and step away for a while. So yeah, strap on in because here we go. All right, so for today's story, we're once again going to need our long undies, and we're probably going to need some hot hands because this one's got us going up north. Well, it's north for me. I guess I don't really know where it's got each of you heading respectively. So Canada, we're in Canada today. Ah, Canada, the Great White North, America's hat, if you will. You think they hate that one? I bet it's not their favorite. Today, we're in Mississauga, which is a city in Ontario that I had to write out embarrassingly phonetically in my notes to make sure that I didn't make a fool out of myself trying to stutter it out here with you now. Little BTS knowledge for you there. Mississauga, Mississauga.
Mississauga.
No.
Anyways, Mississauga, nicknamed a cultural canvas, is a city in Ontario that neighbors Toronto. It sits on the western shore of Lake Ontario. It's almost a 115 square mile plot of land, and it hosts a population of over 700,000 people. That's the population as of 2021, though. Back in the 80s, when our story takes place, the population was actually less than half of what it is now. Back then, it was closer to like 300,000 people. But with the population encroaching 1 million or not, Mississauga definitely still sounds like it would be a fun place to live or to grow up, or at the very least, it sounds like a fun place to visit, especially if you enjoy the great outdoors. It's located on the water. It has a ton of different like biking areas and hiking trails. It's just a short day trip from Niagara Falls and even from the US border. On top of that, there's a lot of shopping malls. There's like a huge ice skating rink in the Celebration Square in the winter. And then throughout the rest of the year, the Celebration Square holds a myriad of multicultural festivals. Like honestly, Mississauga, it sounds poppin', nowadays, at least. But I would have to assume that back in the 60s, when Darlene Priorello was born, things were probably a lot quieter and a lot calmer. Darlene Nikki Priorello, most commonly referred to as Dolly by those who knew her, was born on July 2nd, 1965 in Mississauga to her parents Nick and Helen. Darlene was the second youngest of Nick and Helen's 4 children. She had an older sister named Terry, and then the 2 girls had 2 brothers named Nick and Anthony. So definitely a full house at the Priorellos. And although Nick and Helen did ultimately end up divorcing, the 4 children still remained incredibly close, and the family overall remained pretty tight-knit. The children were happy, they were well-adjusted, and Darlene in particular, well, in a lot of ways, she was just your average, typical run-of-the-mill teenage girl. She loved horses, she loved music, she loved fashion, she loved hanging out with her friends. Like I said, a lot of things about her were pretty typical. But then, in some ways, Darlene was extraordinary for a teenage girl. For starters, she was a straight-A student, and on top of that, she was also a highly sought-after and highly respected babysitter in her community. But despite all the things about Darlene that were, like, more traditionally feminine, she still often got referred to as a tomboy, given her desire to someday become an electrician. Actually, she was the only girl in her high school's electronics class, but Darlene could not have been less bothered by this. She didn't care if it was conventional, she didn't care if it was traditional, like she just didn't care. She told her mom that it did not matter to her what other people said or what other people thought about what she wanted to do with her life. Becoming an electrician was something that she was incredibly passionate about, and come hell or high water, she was going to do it. And personally, I think that that is just so incredibly admirable of her, because as a previous teenage girl, I can tell you firsthand how hard it is to step outside of what's considered cool or what's considered like normal. So props to her for always being authentically who she was and for always being like true to herself. Because it took me well into my probably late 20s to carry myself with that kind of confidence. So to do so at 16, I mean, that's incredible. Plus, ain't nothing wrong with a STEAM girly. STEAM? STEM? I swear I've seen it both ways. Either way, we could probably use more STEAM girlies. And while yes, that's a completely different discussion for a different day, I definitely do think that Darlene could have been a trailblazer. Ooh, she also played these steel drums in her school's band, which is definitely not something you hear every day. I even read from one source that she was hoping to go with her school's band on a trip to Jamaica soon. So clearly, when Dolly found something that she was interested in, she put 100% of herself into it. And while all of that stuff is definitely cool, the steel drums, the straight A's, the horses, the electrical classes, all the stuff that we just went over, far and away, what stuck out to me the most when it came to who Darlene was were the stories of how thoughtful and how kind that she always was to those around her. And I'm not just referencing the stereotypical, like, oh, she was nice to everyone she met, like, type of nice, although I'm sure that she was. But I'm talking about the instances where Darlene took her kindness far beyond what you'd expect out of a typical high school girl, or high schooler in general. Not only did she once save up her hard-earned allowance in order to buy a classmate of hers some nicer clothes, but Darlene would also frequently invite over her classmates if she ever got the feeling that one of them might be going through a hard time. Whether it was to offer them a home-cooked meal, or just some companionship, or whether she just felt like they needed some TLC, Darlene was always the first and sometimes the only person to reach out to some of her struggling or less fortunate classmates. And at the risk of repeating myself, I have to say that that is an incredibly admirable trait for such a young person. Like, sure, I pride myself on being a good person now, but in high school, compared to Darlene, I was basically a skid mark on the underpants of society. This girl was like an angel among us. But unfortunately, the world would be robbed of Darlene and her generosity and her kindness far, far too early. And poor Darlene, she would be robbed at the chance of having any sort of real future. She would never get to grow up, to become an electrician. She'd never get to fall in love or to get married or to have children. Just none of it. She would never get the chance to do all of the things that a lot of us take for granted, all because some sick, selfish, depraved, disgusting monster happened to cross paths with her one night in the wrong place at the wrong time. And that, my friends, regretfully, brings us to the horrific events of May 6th, 1982. Now, that evening did not start off horrific, not by any stretch. Darlene spent the evening at her boyfriend's house. They hung out, they watched a movie. It was a school night, so Darlene had committed to an 11 o'clock curfew, but beyond that, it was just a normal, average, run-of-the-mill Thursday night. The movie ended, and while she probably was going to be cutting it close to her curfew, if she caught the next bus and she went straight home, she would have probably gotten there pretty much right on time. So she and her boyfriend set off. He accompanied her out of the house and he walked her to the nearest bus stop. It was located at North Service and Cawthra Roads. And when I say this bus stop was nearby, I mean it was very close to Darlene's boyfriend's house. So close, in fact, that he could very clearly see it from his bedroom window. So obviously this wasn't a very long walk for the two of them. And once they got to the bus stop, her boyfriend stood and he waited with her. They chit-chatted about the movie they just watched. They stood there and they stood there and they stood there until they finally realized that, of course, as luck would have it, the bus looked as though it was running behind schedule. And so, being the selfless person that Darlene was, and not wanting to put her boyfriend out, Darlene eventually told him that the bus would probably be there any minute, and that he really didn't have to keep waiting with her if he didn't want to. He could just go on and head home. And I mean, realistically, what reason would she have to believe that she would be anything other than safe, waiting there for the bus for a couple of minutes within like spitting distance of her boyfriend's house? She had probably waited at that very bus stop plenty of times before. But even so, her boyfriend really was uncomfortable with this. My guess is because it was so late, and he did voice these concerns to Darlene, but in the end, she insisted that he go. She told him that she didn't want to inconvenience him and that she didn't want to cause him any trouble. Like, she just didn't feel like it was necessary for him to keep waiting there with her. And so, very, very reluctantly, her boyfriend did eventually slowly start to make his way back to his house. But because he had been so apprehensive to leave her, he did take his sweet time walking the short distance home just to make sure that he could continuously look over his shoulder like every couple of seconds to check on Darlene and to make sure that she was still okay. And sure enough, just as you'd expect, every time he turned around, everything was fine. Darlene was still there. She was still in the exact same spot he'd left her in, and she was still simply, innocently, and safely waiting for the bus. She was there right up until he walked into his front door, through his house, and into his room. However, within that tiny, tiny window of, 60, maybe 90 seconds, that was when Darlene did actually happen to disappear from the bus stop before he could check on her again. But given that it was already a few minutes past when the bus had been scheduled to arrive in the first place, he didn't really think anything of the fact that she was gone. He just assumed that the bus had arrived, Darlene had boarded it, and now she was safely on her way home. He could have never imagined that instead of waiting there patiently for the bus to arrive, like he was under the impression that she would, Darlene had instead accepted a ride home from a total stranger. She had been offered this ride from a boy who, unbeknownst to her, was sick, twisted, and disturbed beyond anyone's plausible comprehension. And what is so incredibly sad about this is that Darlene only accepted this ride because she was worried about missing her curfew. Sure, she didn't want to get in trouble, but I'd be willing to bet that more than anything, she probably didn't want to worry her mom. And so because this bus was apparently super behind schedule, Darlene took the ride, thinking that this was the fastest option available to her. But devastatingly, this boy had absolutely no intention of seeing to it that Darlene would get home safely. David James Dobson was a 17-year-old high school dropout loser who unfortunately lived just a few minutes away from Darlene with his parents. And just to clarify, I'm not saying he was a loser because he dropped out of high school, or rather was kicked out. He was expelled shortly before our story because of his incessant fighting, but even so, not finishing high school does not necessarily make you a loser. Actually, I think it's rather elitist to judge someone solely based on the education opportunities that were available to them, but I digress. I'm calling David a loser for no other reason than the fact that he is a loser. Through and through, educated or not. His background could be that he graduated first in his class from Harvard Medical School, and I would still think that he was a loser because of how he goes on to behave and what he goes on to do. Speaking of David's background, though, there actually really isn't too much, on official record to help us understand who David is or how he was brought up. But what is available out there, though, and plentifully, might I add, is rumors. Rumors about his upbringing, rumors about his own weird actions. Just lots and lots of stories about who he might have been. And I'll tell you what, ain't none of it great. From incest to fighting to torturing animals to once pleasuring himself in front of some of his classmates with his own mother's battery-powered self-love apparatus. If even half of the rumors that I've seen circulate around about him are true, and there wasn't a single person out there that was like, we should probably keep an eye on this kid. Yikes. And honestly, that's probably really not even capturing how big of a ball drop this really was. If these stories are true, it should have been very obvious from pretty early on that he was sexually depraved and that he was violent. Like I said, he'd been kicked out of school as a direct result of violence. So it is very frustrating to me to know that there were all these stories, all these obvious and ominous foreshadowings to the horrific things that he would ultimately go on to do to Darlene. But sadly, that night when he pulled up in his 1971 Plymouth Satellite and offered her a ride, all she saw was a teenage boy just appear looking to lend a helping hand. So she accepted his offer and she hopped in the back seat, just as the man who would go on to kill her less than an hour later pulled away from the bus stop. And also just in time for her boyfriend to peek out of his window, only to discover that she was gone. Unfortunately, though, he had missed the opportunity to catch a glimpse of David's car. So, like I said, he had no reason to assume anything other than the fact that Darlene had caught the bus and that she was headed home. And I cannot even begin to imagine the soul-crushing and oppressive guilt that has plagued this poor boy ever since that night. Obviously, now looking back, it's easy for us to criticize and to say that, duh, he should not have left Darlene alone at that bus stop. He should have stayed with her and he should have waited for the bus to pick her up. You know, all the things that this poor guy, I'm sure, has thought about every single day since. But Darlene was insistent. She insisted he go home and she insisted she'd be fine. And that's not to mention that he had probably lived in that house for years, just a hop, skip, and a jump away from that very bus station. And I'm willing to bet nothing bad had ever happened before. From what I was able to find, he'd never had any issues walking that neighborhood, and he'd certainly never had any issues waiting for a bus. And that is what is so scary about these wrong place, wrong time type of crimes. 99.9999% of the time, everything is totally and completely fine. But then eventually comes around that 0.0001% that everything is not fine. And devastatingly, Darlene climbing into the backseat of David's Plymouth, well, that was in that 0.0001%. Sidebar, I've seen a couple different reasons listed as to why she rode in the back seat that night. I've seen it posed as her personal choice, that he pulled up, unlocked the doors, and that she chose to sit in the back. But I've also seen it suggested that David got out of the car and opened the back door for her, effectively making him the one to choose where she sat. Personally, I tend to land under the umbrella of the assumption that she herself chose to get in the back seat, because in my opinion, him pulling up, asking if she wanted a ride, her saying yes, him getting out, walking around the car, opening the door for her, and then walking back around to the driver's seat, getting back in, and then driving off. Personally, I think that this would have taken a lot longer than it would have taken for her boyfriend to get into his house and into his bedroom to the window where he could see the bus stop. I think it makes more sense that he pulled up, asked her if she wanted a ride, she accepted, he unlocked the doors, and then she hopped in. And if I'm right, which obviously we'll never know if I am or not, but if I am, it makes me feel like she wasn't really 100% comfortable with the idea of getting into this car at any point. Do you get what I'm saying? It seems like she was from the start putting as much distance between her and him as she possibly could. And I don't know about you, but to me, that is not giving I trust this guy. Again, this is all just speculation, but it seems to me like, at the very least, she was slightly apprehensive, causing her to, from the get-go, attempt to put sort of a barrier in between the two of them. But because she was desperate to get home as fast as she possibly could, regardless of how secure she felt in her decision or not, Darlene did accept David's offer. She did get into the car, and within just a few seconds, they were off. Now, based on my Google mapping skills, I believe that it would have taken just a few minutes for David to get Darlene home, had that ever truly been his intention. 6, maybe 10 minutes, tops. So when Darlene noticed that not only did he pass a street that he should have taken in order to get her home, but that he also seemed to be deliberately running through every stop sign and every red light that they happened to encounter, well, that was when Darlene started to worry that perhaps she had made a mistake in getting in this man's car. She tried not to panic and she tried not to lose her cool. She simply asked David where he was going, because at this point it just seemed like he was kind of driving around aimlessly, and he told her that he was sorry, he wasn't trying to freak her out, and that all he was doing was driving around and looking for somewhere to turn back around. And for a second, I assume this eased her mind, but as he passed more and more areas where he could have easily done so, Dolly's fears started gradually creeping back in. Eventually to the point where she even actually told him that he didn't need to worry about taking her home anymore, that he could just let her out right where they were. But he ignored her request, and instead he slowly pulled into the parking lot of a nearby factory, the 600 Group Equipment Factory. He pulled his car back behind the building, he parked it near a pile of scrap wood, and then before Darlene could even begin to wonder where they were or what was happening, David James Dobson lunged from the driver's seat into the back seat, and he began his disgusting and vicious attack. An attack that grotesquely, I have almost a minute-by-minute breakdown of. Yeah, Dobson later writes out a very detailed confession letter and mails it to police, something I'll obviously get more into later. But my point in telling you that now is that I want to give you one more heads up, one more exit ramp, if you will. The next little bit of this story is incredibly difficult to hear. It's difficult to process, and it's difficult to sit with after. So if you don't want to hear everything that happened to Darlene in detail, go ahead and skip to this timestamp here. But if you're sticking with me through this whole thing, I appreciate you, don't get me wrong, but you've been warned. So Dobson jumps into the backseat with Darlene. This obviously terrifies her, so understandably, she started screaming immediately. I mean, clearly she'd been on edge for a majority of this ride, but it was now more clear than ever that this man's intentions, they weren't good. So she screamed and she screamed and she screamed, and she tried to fight him off, but there was really nothing that she could do. She was trapped, and Dobson knew that. He knew that she couldn't get away, so he simply just tried to get her to be quiet. He told her numerous times that she needed to shut up, and he told her that if she knew what was good for her, she'd be quiet. Oh, and then the real cherry on top of all of this is that he told her that she didn't have to worry because he was, quote, only after sex, as if that was supposed to bring her like some great deal of comfort. Obviously, I understand that he was trying to explain to her that as long as she did what he wanted, he would eventually let her go. But still, the fact that a man would think that rape would be a comfort to a woman in a situation like this one, get a fucking grip on your life, bro. So he's in the back seat with Darlene. From my understanding, he did eventually get her to stop screaming. And from there, he just begins like pawing at her, groping at her, shoving his hand in all the places that it didn't belong. Just, it makes my skin crawl to imagine what this poor girl had to go through. And this is just the beginning. From groping at her, he proceeded to position her how he wanted her. And then from there, he instructed her to remove her pants. And I think we can all logically deduce what came next. This man is clearly an animal, and he did, in fact, go on to rape her as such. And I don't need to clarify this, I'm sure, but obviously, Darlene was so upset by this. She was so scared and so traumatized, and she just really couldn't do anything other than cry and tell him that she didn't want to get pregnant. Not that what Darlene wanted was of any concern to David Dobson, but yeah. When he was finally done with this portion of the attack, he instructed Darlene to get out of the car, and he made sure to tightly hold on to her by her jeans belt loop the entire time so that she had no chance to try and get away. Not that I'm sure she imagined she stood any sort of like physical chance against David anyway, because I'm not sure if I mentioned this, but David Dobson, he a big boy. He was over 6 foot tall, pushing 200 pounds, with just a full-grown beard. Sure, he might have been 17 years old, but physically speaking, he was every bit a full-grown ass man. And poor Darlene, I mean, she was tiny. She fought, she tried, she did everything she could, but ultimately he was just too big and too strong for her. Now, the whole reason that David had told Darlene that he wanted her to get out of the car in the first place was because he wanted her to move from the back seat to the front seat. But then, as they actually got up towards the front of the car, rather than putting Darlene in the front seat like he'd said he was going to, David instead stopped and told Darlene that first, he had a surprise for her. And as I'm sure you can likely guess, just based on what we've gone over so far, that surprise, it wasn't anything good. Nope. He reached into his car. He pulled out a brick that apparently he just kept in there. His explanation was that he sometimes used it as a weight to help him start his car. Like, I guess he would put it on the accelerator to help the engine turn over and to get the car going or something along those lines. To be quite frank, I really don't understand the mechanics of that, nor do I understand if that would be a plausible explanation for having a brick in his car, but later on, that's what he claimed that it was there for. But here in this current moment, this brick was what he was planning to surprise Darlene with. He grabbed the brick out, he looked Darlene directly in her eyes, and he then proceeded to repeatedly bludgeon her with it. And poor Dolly, she screamed out in pain as Dobson repeatedly hit her over and over and over again, just mercilessly pummeling her with this random ass brick. And that was just until he happened to look over and notice that right there in the parking lot behind the building, there happened to be a bigger brick. Because remember, this is all taking place behind an old factory. There's all kinds of miscellaneous junk just laying around. So when Dobson notices this bigger brick, he ditches the smaller brick, picks up the bigger one, and then proceeds to hit Darlene over the head with that one upwards of 10 additional times. And by this point, Darlene is crumpled onto the ground. She's in unimaginable pain, and she's just doing anything and everything she can to try and defend herself. She tried blocking his blows, she tried begging him to stop, and she tried just simply begging for her life. And while obviously all of that is very upsetting to hear, perhaps the most eerie thing that Darlene said was when she explicitly asked Dobson not to strangle her. It was almost like hearing Darlene say this reminded him that choking or strangling her was even an available option. Almost immediately after she asked him not to strangle her, Dobson grabbed a piece of wood from the scrap pile they were parked near. He took it and he began firmly pressing it down into Darlene's neck, completely cutting off her air supply. And he did this a couple of times. He would cut off her air just until she was like right about to lose consciousness, only to then let up to ensure that she would stay awake for every single disgusting thing that he still had planned for her. Sometimes he would press the wood into her neck and lean into it with his body weight to cut off her air, but then sometimes he would position it just right so that he could stand on it in order to press it down to cut off her air supply. And aside from this being terrifying, can you imagine how painful that must have been? I mean, Jesus. And of course, he still wasn't done. Because once he'd had enough of this particular part of his torture, he discarded the wood, he grabbed Darlene by her ankles, and he dragged her across the concrete away from his car and into a little grassy area that sat behind the factory. And as he had been dragging her, across the asphalt, as I'm sure you can imagine, Darlene's clothing became disheveled. Her pants were still undone and loose from the assault in the car. So as he drug her by them, they began to come down. And conversely, as her back scraped across the concrete, her shirt and jacket began to come up, eventually bunching up around her shoulders. And unfortunately, this did ultimately expose her bare chest. And in seeing this, Dobson saw an opportunity to violate Darlene even more than he already had. As he noticed that her chest was exposed, he leaned down and as hard as he possibly could, he bit into her on her right breast. He then forcibly removed Darlene's pants as well as her undergarments, and with her own lighter, Dobson then decided to torch Darlene's hair, like her pubic hair. And just a friendly reminder, Darlene was still 100% alive and coherent through all of this. Pathologists on this case would actually later theorize that Darlene was likely alive, awake, and coherent right up until the very last second of this brutal, just horrifying attack. She was still alive as he bit her, as he lit parts of her on fire, as he pierced her skin with a safety pin. He also got the lighter hot and burned other random areas of her skin with the metal. I mean, this kid, teenager, man, whatever the fuck you want to call him, this animal was just so unbelievably sick and twisted. He was very clearly just trying to do anything and everything that he could possibly think of to cause Darlene as much pain and as much suffering as humanly possible. From things he claimed to have seen in magazines to things that he came up with in his own sick little head. This fucking limp dick loser clearly had no limits as to what he was willing to do to this poor, defenseless girl. Next, he found and grabbed another piece of wood, this time a piece that had a large nail sticking out of it, and he used this to strategically puncture numerous different areas of Darlene's body. Her chest, her neck, her head. He would take the nail, he would place it where he wanted it, and then he would use the base of his palm, right above his wrist. He would use that to hit the backside of the board in order to drive the nail into Darlene. And just to clear the air here quickly, I know this is a lot. I know it's graphic. I know it's difficult to hear. Trust me, I accidentally stumbled across some of the crime scene photos, and believe you me, I will never forget the things I saw. But personally, I feel as though if this poor girl had to experience this horror and her family had to hear about all of this in explicit detail, I think the least we can do is acknowledge it. You know, listen to it, acknowledge it, and pay respect to it, to Darlene and to the fight she put up and to the stress and the terror that she did manage to survive. Truly, the fear and the indignity that she must have felt experiencing all of this, it's just beyond comprehension, beyond mine at least. And what David Dobson continues to go on to do to Darlene and to her body once she's passed, it makes me sick to my stomach. And I'm not saying that as a figure of speech. I'm not using it as an expression. I am telling you that I actually genuinely felt sick when I was reading through all of this. Once Dobson was done repeatedly stabbing Darlene with the nail on the board, he pulled her jacket up over her face. He flipped a 70-pound cinder block over onto her head. And then as the life drained from this innocent 16-year-old girl's body, this absolute freak took this as an opportunity to perform oral sex on her as she took her final breaths. Like, truly, if I could bleach my brain after researching and presenting this case to you, I absolutely would. And I doubt I'm far off in assuming that most of you would love to be able to do the same by the time this video is over. Oh, and once he was done necrophilizing her body, he pocketed her lighter as well as the necklace she was wearing, her favorite necklace. He then urinated on her body as just one last final fuck you to the human life he just brutalized and extinguished. And then he left. He got in his car, drove himself home, and he went straight to bed, laid his demented little head on his fluffy little pillow, and drifted peacefully off to sleep without a single care in the whole world. Meanwhile, though, back at the Priorello house, as soon as Darlene had missed her curfew, her mother Helen got a sinking, visceral gut feeling that something was very, very wrong. She later referred to this feeling as mother's intuition, but whatever the case may be, she said she could just feel it in her heart that Darlene was not okay. She immediately reached out to police and she tried to file a missing persons report, but if you'll remember, this is the 80s, so I'm sure you can guess what I'm going to say next. Police told Helen that they couldn't file an official report on Darlene for at least 24 hours. Now, they did note down Darlene's description and they made a note of the fact that Helen had called, but honestly, this wasn't good enough for her. She had absolutely no intention of sitting around and waiting 24 hours just for someone to then finally go out and look for Darlene. So she threw on her shoes and, accompanied by her oldest daughter, Terry, the two went out in the middle of the night together, desperately hoping that somehow, some way, they would be able to track Dolly down. They went anywhere and everywhere they could possibly think to go, including places that Terry later described as places that two women should not go in the dark by themselves. They did not care. They were on a mission, but ultimately and devastatingly, they could not find Darlene anywhere. So eventually they were forced to return home with no more answers than they'd had when they'd set out. And basically this meant that they were either going to have to wait for Dolly to show back up or wait for the 24-hour mark to pass so that they could finally file a formal missing persons report. And this must have just been torture for Darlene's family. Just to feel it deep in your gut that something with a loved one of yours is terribly wrong, but then to realize that you have no control over the situation and that you basically have nowhere to turn, that you are on someone else's timeline in a situation like this. It is just awful to think about or to imagine yourself in those shoes. And I just want to say that, you know, just as like a little side PSA, this whole arbitrary 24-hour waiting period, it's not a thing. At least not in America. There is not actually any real designated, like, legal time frame that someone has to be missing before you can report them as such. So if you do ever find yourself in said proverbial shoes, which in Jesus' name you won't, and neither will I, but if you ever are, if you ever feel it deep in your gut that something is wrong with someone you love, and someone tries to tell you to wait, don't back down. I know it's been a little bit, but we learned in my last video with Lalana that the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So if ever you need to advocate for a loved one in a situation similar to this, bitch, you squeak till you can't squeak no more. It infuriates me to imagine the situation that the Priorellos were in. No one should ever have to go through that, to feel helpless and to feel as though your concerns aren't being taken seriously. And what's even more horrific than that is that in the grand scheme of what they end up having to go through, this is all just the beginning. Things for this poor family are only going to continue to pile on and continue to intensify and to get just so much worse. Regretfully though, before we get into that, we do have to pivot back to Disgustoid Dave. Because while the Priorellos are clawing their way through literal hell on earth, little Davy Dobson was waking up from his peaceful night's slumber. Not a care in the world, not a shred of guilt to be had. Shoot, if anything, he was feeling excited for what the day was to bring. He was excited to get up and to go into work to see what, if any, sort of circus his crime had trudged up. He rolled out of bed around 6, got himself ready for work, and reportedly he headed out of his house sometime between 7 a.m. and 7:30. And I mentioned earlier that David had been kicked out of school just like a little bit before all of this took place, but what I haven't mentioned yet was that since then he had taken a job as a shipping clerk at the Wilron equipment factory. This factory was located in the Highway 401 like Dixie Road area, and it butted up directly to the back of the 600 Group's building, right where he had abandoned Darlene. Meaning that from a roll-up bay door on the back of the Wilron factory, crusty-ass Dave could literally see clear across the small grass area that divided the two properties, right to where Darlene's body had been left. And I don't know if he's ever confirmed this, like one way or another, but personally, there is nothing on earth that could ever convince me that he hadn't done that on purpose. You cannot tell me that he did not specifically curate this whole thing in a way that would make it so he could watch the chaos unfold in real time as Darlene was discovered and his crimes became like public knowledge. So imagine his surprise when he got to work, clocked in, and glanced out the back of the building to find nothing. No police cars, no media vans, no horrified spectators, nothing. Zip, zilch, nada. The area behind the 600 Group's building appeared every bit as desolate now as it had the night before. And you better believe that this was not at all how David had been expecting the morning to go down. No, he'd been expecting flashing lights, reporters, crime scene tape, you know, the whole shebang. He wanted all eyes, focus, and attention on Darlene, and more specifically, on the horrible and disgusting things that he'd done to her. And considering the fact that he's certifiable, he had absolutely no intention of waiting around for any of these things to happen organically. He wanted Darlene found as soon as possible so that he could sit back, relax, and relish in not only what he'd done, but he was planning on soaking up every bit of the madness and pandemonium that was sure to ensue when Darlene was discovered. And so at a little after 10 a.m. that morning, when he simply could not take it any longer, David picked up the communal phone at the Wilron factory and he placed a phone call to the 600 Group. The phone rang as the call connected, and when the 600 Group's receptionist answered the phone, Dave, who was now claiming that his name was Fred, told her that someone needed to call the police because there was a dead body behind their building. Then he just click. Hung right up. And the receptionist, whose real name I found once and was never able to find again, so for the purposes of the story, I'll be referring to her as Rose, since I've seen a bunch of other sources refer to her as such. But obviously, after hearing this, Rose, she was shook. I mean, that's not how anyone plans on starting their morning. So she was visibly upset after she hung up from this phone call. So much so that the guy whose desk was next to hers saw her face and how it had completely drained of color, and he was like, "Girl, are you good?" And because she was in fact not good, she started explaining to him all about Fred and all about what he had claimed was behind their building. And bless this guy's heart, he really did try to comfort her and to calm her down. He tried to reassure her that the call was probably just a prank meant to elicit the exact reaction she was now displaying, and that there was just simply no way that there was a dead body behind the factory. But Rose, she just wasn't convinced. She couldn't really pinpoint what it was specifically about the call that had freaked her out so much, but she just did not believe in her heart that it was a prank. So after sitting on the information for a few minutes and not being able to shake the feeling that someone needed to check behind the building, Rose finally got up, she left her desk, and she made her way out to the area behind the building. And sure enough, just as the caller had warned her there would be, lying in the grass behind the 600 group building, Rose found the partially nude body of a young woman. But before I get into any more detail on that, I'm going to take my break and throw on my lashes, give us all a chance to decompress a bit. And when we get back, David's circus truly begins. Don't go nowhere. All right, so we're back, and before our break, Rose had headed out back to call Fred's bluff, only to find out that he had not been bluffing. There was, in fact, a dead body abandoned behind the factory's building. It was clearly that of a young girl. Her shirt had been pushed up around her neck and shoulders, exposing her chest, and she was also nude from the waist down, appearing to have been posed in a very suggestive and, frankly, very disturbing way. Again, I accidentally stumbled across some of the crime scene photos, completely unexpected, and I definitely wish that I had not. So I can't even imagine how disturbing this was to stumble across in real life. It must have been so traumatizing. Actually, I know for a fact that it was traumatizing. From the obvious torture that this girl had been through, to the suggestive nature in which she was left exposed for anyone to see, right down to the 70-pound block that was crushing her face. There have been numerous people who have come forward in the years following this case just to discuss how deeply this whole experience truly affected them. Starting with the two officers that responded to the 600 group's 911 call. These poor, unsuspecting patrol officers had responded to this call simply because that specific area had been their assigned beat for the day. They didn't even have a year of experience between the two of them combined. They were very, very new to the force. So I have to imagine that they were not even slightly prepared for what they were about to see. And this affected them so much that after responding to the 600 group's frantic 911 call and after seeing Darlene's body, one of the officers quit the force entirely, and the other one, who did choose to stay on, he ended up requesting to be moved permanently to a desk position. And he remained there behind that desk for the rest of his career with the police force. He wanted to remain safely tucked behind that desk, never wanting to take the chance of having to witness something like that crime scene ever again. Shit, even the seasoned detectives that ended up taking on the case afterwards had their worlds absolutely rocked by the brutality of what happened to Darlene. There's a show on Investigation Discovery called The Case That Haunts Me, and in 2018, almost 40 years after this investigation had taken place and the crime had been solved, Detective Rod Pucalla still ended up choosing Darlene's case as the one that had affected him the most throughout his career. And truly, even 4 decades later, you can tell just how upset and disturbed he still is by everything he experienced throughout this investigation. Honestly, this ordeal really seemed to rock pretty much all of Mississauga as a whole. From the time that Darlene was discovered to the time that David was finally arrested, people were terrified. Women and girls were terrified that they'd be next. Men were terrified for their wives and for their daughters. People stopped going out. They stopped using public transportation. And we're just talking the people who heard about what happened. So imagine the lasting and traumatic impact that this had on everyone that was actually directly involved. Like, wow. Like the poor receptionist from the 600 group, Rose. I mean, getting that call about the body, that would have been traumatic enough. Finding the body, incomprehensible. But then to make matters exponentially worse, David just could not stop fucking calling. We know he called the first time just to tip them off about what he had done. Then he called a second time a few minutes later to ask why police weren't there yet. Then he called again a third time once police were on site and the investigation was getting started, just to instill even more fear into Rose. The phone rang, she answered, and this third time, David, who remember is posing as a man named Fred, told her, quote, "The future is uncertain, the end is always near, and you're going to die too." And as ominous and terrifying as these words were for Rose to hear, this was actually not something original that David had crafted for this scenario specifically. No, this was actually the third verse from a song called Roadhouse Blues by The Doors. Well, I woke up this morning and I got myself a beer. The future's uncertain and the end is always near. And then it goes into the chorus. So I guess if I'm going to give credit where credit's due, David did ad-lib the whole "you're going to die too" part. But for the most part, this threat came from the Doors song. And I think we can all agree that, like, he could have just stopped there. Well, I mean, he could have stopped before he even offered Darlene the ride the night before. I mean, that would have been ideal, but you get what I'm saying. He had done what he'd set out to. He'd gotten Darlene's body found. He'd sufficiently freaked everybody out. He'd spent damn near all morning on the phone harassing these people. Like, don't you have an actual job to be doing right now? Evidently not a very demanding one, because unfortunately he still wasn't done. Luckily, these calls did end up being to his own detriment, but that doesn't change the fact that, God, it was so arrogant and annoying. But once police realized that apparently their mystery man was going to keep calling, they simultaneously realized that if they could get Rose to keep Fred on the phone long enough, they could very likely trace these calls right to the source and straight to Fred himself. And so they called all the right people and they set up all the right equipment, and just as they hoped he would, Fred did call again. However, what they couldn't have anticipated, though, was that after this fourth phone call, nobody was going to want to stick around. Because when Rose did answer this call, this is when David informed her that he had planted 3 sticks of dynamite throughout the 600 group's building, and that they all had 3 minutes to evacuate before the explosives detonated, you know, effectively leveling the building and, by extension, anyone remaining in it. Oh, and to add insult to injury, this call wasn't even long enough for police to trace. So now they either had to fully evacuate the building and chance missing any further potentially traceable calls, or they had to keep a select few people in the building in hopes of catching any further calls, but obviously in doing so, they would be risking those select few people's lives. And so as soon as Rose hung up the phone and relayed Fred's message, police did like a quick on-the-fly risk assessment before they ended up settling on the latter option. Meaning almost all of the officers, as well as the vast majority of the 600 group's staff, did ultimately end up evacuating the building. The only 2 people who chose to remain in the building following David's bomb threat were Detective Pucalla and Rose. Which I know sounds crazy, but Detective Pucalla had begged her to stay. He promised her that everything was going to be fine, that if Fred had truly intended on hurting anyone, he likely wouldn't have phoned in a tip warning people. And most importantly, he explained to her that they needed to stay to answer the phone so that they could try and trace the next call. They needed to find out who this unhinged maniac was before he actually did hurt someone else. And Rose agreed. She stayed as all of her other coworkers ran for their lives, and like clockwork, about 90 seconds later, the phone did in fact ring again. Of course, it was Fred on the other line, and this time he was audibly annoyed that there was anyone left in the building to answer the phone. This meant that at least someone had refused to heed his warning. So he issued yet another one. He warned them this time that they had about 90 seconds left before, you know, then he hung up. But that was fine because, you know what? This time, they had him. They had managed to keep him on this final call long enough to successfully complete the trace. And now, knowing that eventually they'd be able to extract his location via this information, there was no more reason for them to stay in the building. Detective Pucalla and Rose finally were able to haul ass out of the building with just seconds to spare before the supposed detonation time. However, as everyone waited around, counting down, terrified of what was to come, the detonation time came. They basically counted it down second by second, just 3, 2, 1, and nothing. As I'm sure you all could have guessed, David had been completely full of shit. There was no dynamite, no bomb, no explosion, just a bold-faced lie that he'd constructed to, in my opinion, try to get everyone out of the building and to get as many eyes on Darlene as he possibly could, which is sick. I mean, he's sick anyway, but I just feel like he was desperate to terrorize and to traumatize as many people throughout this whole ordeal as he possibly could. 'Cause he's a loser. A loser who, unbeknownst to him, police technicians were working feverishly to track down with the trace information that they'd extracted from the final phone call to the 600 group. And while they were doing that, the detectives heading up Darlene's case continued on with arguably the most important task, which was to identify who this poor young woman actually was. They started by cross-referencing what little information they could actually discern from their Jane Doe with any and all comparable missing persons reports that had been recently filed. And although a formal report hadn't been taken for Darlene, if you'll cast your memory back, police did take down her description as well as Helen's information. And so they were actually able to fairly quickly, albeit tentatively, identify that the body was likely that of Darlene Priorello. Of course, though, they would have to take that tentative identification and turn it into a definitive one. A horrible process that would require relaying the information on the body, as well as the theory that it was likely Darlene, to the Priorello family. So Detective Pucalla got in his cruiser. He made his way from the 600 group over to the Priorello home. He knocked on the door, and once inside, he spoke with Helen as well as with Terry. He informed them that a body matching Darlene's description had been found that morning, and that while they couldn't be sure yet, they were almost certain that this was the body of Darlene. He informed them that a body matching Darlene's description had been found that morning, and that while they couldn't be 100% sure yet, they were as certain as they could be that it was Darlene. Of course, Helen was horrified to hear about the discovery of the body as well as about the condition it had been found in. But more than anything, honestly, she just refused to believe that it could possibly be Darlene. Not only would it be impossible to wrap your head around the realization that you're never going to see your child again, but also the fact that their last moments alive were spent in such terror and such anguish. I don't know how you could ever truly digest that information. How could Darlene have been planning a trip to Jamaica one moment and then just brutally murdered the next? It just didn't seem real. Surely this had to be some sort of wildly unfortunate misunderstanding, right? Helen demanded to be taken down to the morgue herself so she could determine whether or not this truly was her daughter, which... what an incredibly brave and... once that's done, you can't undo it. So by demanding to see this body, Helen was taking a huge risk in potentially cementing into her mind just a god-awful last image of her youngest daughter. And what's even more devastating, if you can even believe that, is that when Helen was shown what was left of Darlene, she couldn't even definitively identify her own daughter. Darlene had simply been through too much physical trauma, and no matter how hard she tried, Helen just could not say, one way or another, whether or not this was her daughter. She had subjected herself to seeing this body in this condition, whether it was Darlene or not, for nothing. And this left fingerprint comparison as the only real viable option left to positively identify this body. And obviously, as we know, when fingerprints from the body were compared to fingerprints that police lifted from Darlene's personal belongings, they were a perfect match. It was official. The mutilated body discovered behind the 600 Group's factory was in fact that of 16-year-old Dolly Priorello. And while, yes, this was a crucial part of the investigation, it still wasn't anyone's desired outcome. It was still an incredible tragedy and an inconceivable loss for the community and a world-shattering, life-altering catastrophe for the Priorellos. And while learning who their Jane Doe was did temporarily open up other investigatory, is that a word? It gave them other leads, basically, to follow in hopes of trying to find out what kind of sick, sadistic SOB could be responsible for taking an innocent young girl's life in such a brutal way. They briefly looked into Darlene's boyfriend, which, duh, I don't think that surprises anyone. But it really didn't take long for police to come to the conclusion that he was not their guy. And beyond that, they really couldn't come up with anyone else that seemed like a viable option. Darlene was such a happy, bubbly, fun-loving, just typical teenage girl. She didn't have enemies. No one was after her. Conversely, everyone seemed to really love her and seemed to be deeply saddened by her death. And this led police to, basically from day one, theorize that whoever had done this to Darlene was not someone who knew her personally. Nor did they think that there was any possible way, nary a snowball's chance in hell, you might say, that this could be this mystery person's first crime. There was no freaking way. So naturally, that meant that their next step was to look into known criminals in the area. Specifically, given the brutality of what had happened to Darlene, police were, understandably, particularly interested in any and all known and documented sex offenders in the area. And this included, but certainly was not limited to, 31-year-old convicted rapist Ronald Brian Perkins, who at the time was actually one of the area's 10 most wanted men. Not only had he been convicted of numerous sex crimes in the area, but right before Darlene's death, he had somehow managed to escape police custody while being escorted to a psychiatric evaluation. So yeah, he was definitely temporarily on police's list, but as we know, he was not responsible in any way, shape, or form for this particular crime, for what had happened to Darlene. Don't get me wrong, he was in fact a disgusting piece of human garbage, and disturbingly, he actually managed to stay on the run in the United States for like 7 years after he escaped. But once the information from the phone call trace came back, it became pretty obvious to police that Ronald Brian Perkins was definitely not their caller. He wasn't Fred. Therefore, this meant that he was also very likely not the killer. Now, they didn't completely rule him out immediately. There was still a very small chance that the caller and the killer could potentially maybe be two different people. But given the fact that the call trace didn't come back as having come from a payphone or a sketchy motel or I don't know, wherever else you might expect a high-profile fugitive to call from. And that's because, as we're all well aware, the trace on Fred's call came back to the old Wilron equipment factory, just meters away from where Darlene had been discovered. And like I said, RBP was one of the most wanted men in the area at the time. And Wilron only had like 15, 25 employees working on the factory floor at any given time. So I guarantee someone would have noticed had he strolled in and just decided to tie up the communal employee phone line. So this meant that they needed to head on over to Wilron, scope things out, and try to figure out which employee had spent their morning on the phone. That said, though, the last thing that police were trying to do was tip off whomever they were looking for that they were closing in on him. They wanted to keep the upper hand, so to speak. So rather than storming the employee floor in the middle of the day, just guns blazing, police actually ended up waiting until later that night when all the employees had gone home for the day. That way they could then have free reign of the factory floor. They could snoop around the employee work areas, and of course they could speak freely with the factory's owner. Mind you, this is all happening still within the first 24 hours of the investigation. They made their first trip to Wilron after the factory had closed the day that Darlene had been discovered. So they were actually moving pretty quickly in the grand scheme of things. They've already narrowed down where Fred's calls were coming from, and this effectively narrowed their suspect pool down to just a couple dozen people. And now they're at the scene of the phone calls, perusing around said couple dozen people's workstations. All, of course, with the permission of the factory owner. I think I saw somewhere that his name was Mr. Pels, but that also might be as fake as the 600 Group's receptionist's name being Rose, so don't quote me on that. But he's accompanying them around the factory floor. He's showing them around. He's answering their questions when all of a sudden, boom, something catches the detective's eyes. What was that something? I'm glad you asked. While walking around the factory floor, police noticed that scribbled on a whiteboard above one of the employee stations were some very interesting song lyrics. Any guesses? Yep. Verse 3, line 3 of the Doors' 1970 hit, Roadhouse Blues. The future is uncertain and the end is always near. Word for word, the exact ominous message that Fred had delivered to Rose during his third phone call. And so they asked Mr. Pels, love that I have fully committed to that being his name when I'm only like 60% sure that it's right, but they asked him whose workstation they were looking at. Because at this point, it's almost certainly their guy. Not only does he have the song lyrics written on his whiteboard, but he also had a couple of post-it notes on his desk, one with the 600 group's phone number scribbled on it, and one with the Mississauga News phone number scribbled on it. Sidebar, David had also called the news in the wake of Darlene's body being discovered. And so Pels tells them, like, oh, this is one of my newer guys' stations. His name is David Dobson. And I'll tell you what, this one really stuck out to police. We're talking a mega light bulb moment. And that's because this actually was not the first time that police had heard David Dobson's name that day. Up to that moment, though, they had just known him as a creepo that had been hanging around the crime scene that afternoon. Yeah, I guess on his lunch break that day, David had decided to walk over to the 600 group and ask one of the officers if, quote, they knew who killed her yet. And police found this incredibly telling, I guess you could say, because at that point it had not been made public knowledge yet to most people that the body had been a female. So when he asked them that, it really stuck out. So now that, coupled with the phone call trace and the phone numbers and the song lyric on the whiteboard, this guy is clearly their guy. Well, he's at least the caller. That much they're sure of. Because, like, there's no way this is all a coincidence, you know? But what was really frustrating, though, was that all they could prove at this point was that David was their caller. Beyond that, they did not have the evidence in hand yet to prove that he was also their killer. Sure, it was wildly inappropriate and suspicious to be placing the Fred phone calls, but it's not illegal to place an inappropriate phone call. So although they felt as though they were really closing in on their guy, they still needed something more. Some sort of real, physical, tangible evidence that could tie David Dobson beyond a reasonable doubt to the murder of Darlene Priorello. And so, on a mission to obtain said real, physical, tangible evidence, less than 24 hours after Darlene's body had been discovered, police ordered 24-hour surveillance on 17-year-old David Dobson. Mind you, he was none the wiser to this. Quite the opposite, really. He was actually so ridiculously and boldly confident that police would not be able to identify him that over the next few days, he simply could not resist the urge to continuously and sloppily, might I add, insert himself into police's investigation as well as into the Priorello's lives. Yeah, over the next few days, still on the work phone, BT dubs, David called up Darlene's school to find out when her funeral was. He called the cemetery to find out exactly where she was going to be buried. And to top it all off, this absolute shit sandwich called up Darlene's elderly grandma, and by telling her that he had been a friend of Darlene's, he actually managed to convince this poor old woman to give him Helen's unlisted home telephone number. And as I'm sure that you will not have any trouble believing, David did not intend to use this number for any kind of justifiable reason. Not that there would have ever been any justifiable reason for David to contact Darlene's family, but he called them and he taunted them about what he had done to Darlene. He made them relive the biggest nightmare of their lives over and over and over again. And that's actually something that he'll continue to do, even well after he gets caught, but let me not get ahead of myself. Truly though, how sick in the fucking head does a person have to be? Like, it's not enough for him to know that just given the situation, the family was going through absolute hell, but he had to then get his rocks off by calling them directly just to hear the anguish in their voice, to experience firsthand just how broken and devastated his actions had rendered them, as if they were not going through enough. To know that every time they thought it could possibly not get any worse, it somehow still seemed to. Oh, like when they found out that David was at Darlene's funeral. Yeah, let that one sink in. And obviously we know this because, like I said, police had been tailing him since the evening that Darlene's body had been discovered. So while he thinks he's just playing a cat and mouse game, police were just biding their time, waiting as patiently as they possibly could for him to irreversibly slip up. And obviously it was super difficult for the Priorellos to think that Darlene's killer could call them and harass them anytime he wanted. But honestly, police wanted him to keep talking. They wanted him to keep incriminating himself because they knew that eventually, if he kept bumping at the gums, he would dig his own grave. And thankfully, that is exactly what he ended up doing. Idiot. So it was a few days after Darlene's body had been discovered. Therefore, it was also a few days after police had started their surveillance on David when they received yet another call from their old pal Fred. This time, he had taken it upon himself to reach out to police directly, even going so far as to specifically request to speak to the lead investigator on Darlene's case. And to reiterate, he has absolutely no idea that they know his true identity or that they've been watching his every move like hawks since mere hours after his first call to the 600 group. So thinking that he's covertly operating under this cloak of anonymity, David, when speaking to police, felt perfectly comfortable in informing them that he had left them, little care package in the overnight book return box at the Lakeview Library. And while obviously they knew that David had been at the library the night before, they did not yet know about the package or what exactly was inside of it. They had no idea that in that tiny, unassuming little brown box lay the exact, tangible, physical evidence that they'd been so desperately waiting for him to slip up with. Inside this package, David's dumbass had left Darlene's lighter, he had left her necklace, and he had left the horrifying 4-page handwritten letter detailing for them every minute of the horrific torture he'd put Darlene through. That was the letter I told you about earlier. And you can absolutely find a copy of this letter online. It's a little worn and difficult to read, but it ain't that hard to read because I did have the misfortune of reading it. Most of it is just a much more graphic and detailed version of everything we've already talked about here today. How he'd come into contact with Darlene, how he got her into his car, the drive to the 600 group, just every awful detail of his blitz attack. It's all there, broken down damn near minute by minute in this freaky ass letter. Ew. And then to make it even more weird, in addition to just the confession, there were also these weird nonsensical ramblings written all around the body of the letter, out in the margins. Things like, she was pretty, she would have, which is a massive pet peeve of mine, but I digress. She was pretty, she would have made a good housewife, but she was a hitchhiker and now a statistic. Gross. Oh, and he also wrote in the margin of one of the pages that they should return Darlene's necklace to her mother and not try to keep it or sell it as if he's some sort of voice of reason or integrity all of a sudden. Now you care about her family? Where, might I ask you, was that respect when you were butchering Darlene and then calling her family to laugh about it? Yeah, I'll link down below where you can read the full letter if you don't value your mental peace. Personally, I wouldn't read it if I didn't have to. It's definitely upsetting, especially because he writes almost as if Darlene was a willing participant through some parts of her attack. He even writes about certain parts as if she enjoyed it. And it really is just violently upsetting. And it's pretty nauseating. It makes it very obvious, in my opinion, that he's very insecure in his masculinity. He writes in a way that seems like he wants people to think that although what he did was by force, Darlene enjoyed being with him, which, newsflash pal, no. And finally, he capped off this 500+ word essay with a challenge for police. He told them that he planned to wait until the anniversary of Darlene's murder to strike again. He told them that he truly believed they would never figure out who he was because he had no criminal record, which, considering they already knew exactly who he was before he even had the idea to write this dumbass letter, how embarrassing. But he didn't know that, so he threw down the gauntlet and he told them to set up whatever bait they wanted to try and lure him out and to, quote, catch him if they could. And what is mad ironic is that now with the letter and Darlene's belongings being able to link the caller to the murder and all the evidence they had to prove that David was the caller, now they had enough evidence to arrest David for Darlene's murder. And if you think that still wasn't enough, they were also able to eventually further prove that David was responsible for Darlene's death by matching a fingerprint from the inside of her thigh to David. I'm not going to get into all of that here because it's complex science and I'm dumb, but if you're interested in that process, it's called fingerprint fuming, I believe. And Darlene's case was actually the first time it was ever successfully used in Canada, which is pretty cool. But for now, 17-year-old David James Dobson was arrested on May 12th, 1982, just after 7 a.m., less than 24 hours after he had challenged police to catch him. Again, super embarrassing for him. He was arrested at the home that he shared with his parents while he leisurely ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And of course, when he was informed that he was being arrested, David showed absolutely no emotion, likely because he's a sociopath, in my opinion. But he didn't show fear, concern, remorse, sadness, glee. He simply asked police if he could have another glass of milk before they loaded him into the car. The sheer audacity of this man. Plus, I'm sorry, but straight up drinking cow's milk once you're older than like, I don't know, 5, straight to jail. I'm kidding. To each their own, obviously. I just personally don't like milk. I think it's icky. But if you were wondering, no, police did not let him chug any more milk, nor did they let him finish his sandwich. Actually, they ended up taking his sandwich in with them as evidence. They used it to compare David's bite pattern to the bite pattern that was left on Darlene. And I know that whole process is considered junk science now, but back then, people thought that shit was cutting edge. David did ultimately end up verbally confessing to police as well, all of the horrendous things that he'd done to Darlene. I mean, it was kind of hard for him to not own up to things when they found a brick still caked in her blood and hair in his car, but that's none of my business. I will say, though, that for someone cocky enough to literally challenge police to catch him, David is not a good criminal. Not even a little bit. And although he had confessed to killing Darlene, he did still refuse to plead guilty to first-degree murder, insisting that his attack on her had not been premeditated. Yeah, no, he was steadfast that if he was guilty of anything, it was second-degree murder, because killing Darlene to him had been a crime of passion. And I don't know what kind of two-bit half-baked, piss-poor attempt this was at trying to cop a plea, but he clearly did not understand what a crime of passion was. A crime of passion has to be committed in response to provocation. Darlene didn't do anything to David, especially not anything that could have possibly reasonably provoked him into torturing her and killing her the way that he did. And thankfully, the prosecution saw things similarly, and his second-degree murder plea was rejected. Therefore, David Dobson would stand trial for the premeditated murder of Darlene Priorello, as he damn well should have. His trial began just shy of a year after Darlene's murder, and y'all, it was a lot. Not only had the family issued many threats against David, none of which I fault them for, but on 2 separate occasions, Darlene's father and her uncle, each in court, made attempts to accost David. And again, I do not fault them for this. This man destroyed these people. He ripped apart life as they knew it for them. And now, because he refused to take responsibility for his actions, they had to sit through a trial and listen, yet again, to the abhorrent, disgusting, graphic details of exactly what he had done to Darlene. All while sitting there and staring at his big, dumb, stupid, guilty face. Thankfully, though, despite his attempts to skirt responsibility in Darlene's death, on April 11th, 1983, David Dobson was convicted of first-degree murder, and he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Because remember, it's Canada. And considering that the Priorellos had wanted Canada to reinstate the death penalty in response to Darlene's case, it should go without saying that they were underwhelmed by this outcome. They didn't want him in prison for life as much as they wanted him under the prison, if you will. And I can't say that I blame them. In my opinion, anyone who wakes up one day and out of the blue brutalizes and murders an innocent child like this, you gotta go. In my opinion, you are beyond rehabilitation. You can't convince me that the things that he did to Darlene were not truly fueled by evil. And if he hadn't been so stupid and gotten himself caught so quickly, there is not even a single fragment of a doubt in my mind that he would have gone on to do this again. God only knows how many innocent and unsuspecting young women were saved by getting him behind bars. Shoot, he even said himself that he was planning on striking again the following year, so thank God that instead of that, he was getting handed a big old sloppy wet life sentence. Throughout the years following David's conviction and sentencing, the Priorellos have remained heavily involved in keeping him behind bars and as isolated from the public as humanly possible. For starters, in 2004, when David was transferred from the medium security prison that he'd spent the first 21 years of his sentence in to a fenceless minimum security prison where he was intended to ride out the remainder. And this wasn't anything special that the prison did, like for David specifically. It was just a routine part of the rehabilitation process that would ideally lead to release. And I say ideally because in a lot of cases I am pro-rehabilitation, but in cases like this, and Darlene's family was also not having this. When they found out about it, they actually reached out to the Canadian Resource Center for Victims of Crime, and through a collaborative effort, they and the Priorellos ended up successfully persuading officials to return David to the original medium security prison. And while this was a relief, it was short-lived because just 3 years later, David Dobson was officially eligible to start applying for parole. And if he didn't get out on his first try, from that point on, 2007 to infinity, he would continue to come up for parole consideration every 2 years. So bet your bottom dollar that when 2007 rolled around and his hearing came up, the Priorellos were there in droves, ready to give their statements and to implore the parole board to reject David's application. Terry even brought a petition with her that she'd had signed by over 6,000 people. Ugh, and she also wore one of Darlene's old jackets to the hearing so that she could feel like she was close to her sister while she was forced to look into the eyes of the man that took her away. And that part just really got me because, as I'm pretty sure I've mentioned before, my sister and I are insanely codependent. We're even married to brothers, so we're sisters and sisters-in-law. Like, we couldn't be closer if we tried. So thinking of losing her and then having to face the responsible person every 2 years? Absolutely not. Terry even told the Toronto Star that looking at David, to her, was like looking at the devil himself. Like I said, this man had wrecked their family. According to Terry, Darlene's death completely changed their father. From that point on, it was almost like he was incapable of caring for his remaining children. Like, he was scared to allow himself to be attached to them. And as far as Helen, evidently she went from always being able to make everyone feel as if everything was going to be okay to she herself never believing that anything could be okay ever again. And that was because, and y'all buckle up for this one, Helen used to tell Darlene that there were no such thing as monsters. But now, because of what David did, she knows that she was wrong. Yeah, dude, heartbreaking. Thankfully, it only took 30 minutes for the parole board to decide that David Dobson was not a suitable candidate for release. At least not right then. So he would have to serve at least another 2 years before he would be eligible for reconsideration. But this just did not feel long enough for Darlene's family. I mean, 2 years is nothing. It would have felt like the blink of an eye. It would have felt like they walked out of that courtroom just to turn around and walk back in to once again face Darlene's killer and once again beg for them to keep him behind bars. Like, haven't they been through enough? I'm sorry, more than enough? They should not have to keep having their wounds gouged back open every 2 years when this wastoid decides to roll the dice at a chance for freedom. Because it's not like there was really much in it for them to go to these hearings and have to see him over and over again. Sure, they could go and read an impact statement and they could see firsthand him get carted back off to prison, but one, they'd rather not see him at all, and two, even when it came to their statements, it wasn't like they got free rein to say how they truly felt. Instead, they apparently had to submit their impact statements prior to these parole hearings for approval. And there were actually numerous times that apparently they were asked to edit down their statements or to remove certain things in an effort to remain fair to David. Yeah, ridiculous. And that was when he actually showed up for these hearings. Because sometimes he'd request a hearing, the Priorellos would get all worked up and stressed out, they'd be bugging at the thought of him possibly being released, only for David to then, poof, retract his hearing request. Like, this shit was so stressful for Darlene's family that Helen ended up in the hospital multiple times just because of what all this stress was doing to her body. Be so fucking for real right now that the last thing that David Dobson did to Darlene was pee on her body, but her family has to show him respect? Hell no. I cannot even begin to imagine how angry they all must have been. It was seemingly just one injustice right after the other. But because they are fighters, rather than just sitting around and stewing in their own rage, which, by the way, they would have been totally within their right to do. But instead, the Priorellos took their anger and they channeled it into fighting for legislative changes in Canada. Changes that would require at least a 5-year time period between parole eligibility hearings rather than a 2-year period. And their argument was simple. Having to prepare for these hearings every 2 years hindered them from living their lives. It kept them in a constant state of anxiety, and they were always on edge. It was like they went from one hearing straight into dreading the next one. They felt like they couldn't relax, and they couldn't try to return to normal life because it was always looming over them that before they knew it, they'd be right back there again, facing Dobson. We don't think convicted killers or repeat offenders should ever get out. If you get life in prison, it should mean life in prison. But since we know that's not going to happen, we're asking the federal government to increase the time to 5 years instead of 2. Families have already been victimized once. They shouldn't have to be victimized every 2 years. Having to face our loved one's killer and to read what he did to her and how her death has affected our lives is something nobody should ever have to do once, never mind twice. That was a statement that Terry made at a 2014 Public Safety and National Security Committee meeting regarding Bill C-479. And basically, this bill would serve as an amendment to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, effectively extending the period between prisoners' parole eligibility hearings from 2 years to 5. And with significant help from the Priorellos, this bill did ultimately pass, and it became a law in May of 2014. David did eventually make a statement after his first few parole denials that he was never planning on applying for parole ever again. And he claimed that this was out of his deep respect for Darlene's family. And while I am glad that hopefully the Priorellos will never have to subject themselves to seeing this asshat ever again, I personally don't buy for a second that he's doing this for their benefit. Whether he's truly found God in prison like he claims to or not, because don't they all? Nothing will ever convince me that he wants to stay in prison for any reason other than to benefit himself. I think he knows that he has spent almost all his life in prison and that he would have an impossible time trying to adjust to life as a free man. My guess is that he just doesn't think it's worth it to even try. Shit, he said himself in an interview in like 98, I think it was, the prison was comfortable and that serving time was easy. He spent his entire sentence in protective custody, given that people like David usually aren't well received in prison, and he himself has bragged to people about his setup. He's bragged about his TV and his personal cell that he can lock from the inside if he so chooses. So yeah, I think he's perfectly fine with where he's at, and I think that he's skipping the parole hearings as to benefit he, himself, and him. As of today, as far as I know, David is still in prison. Canada is a lot more secretive about their inmate information than the US, so I can't verify that for sure. But I think that if he'd been released, the Priorellos would have had some shit to say about it publicly. So yeah, I don't know when his next parole eligibility date is, and chances are even when it rolls around, he won't file the request. But if he does, you can bet your ass that the Priorellos will be right there protesting his release and continuing to advocate for justice for Darlene. But that's if David even lives to see his next parole hearing. Because while he may only be in his late 50s, supposedly, according to leaked prison documents, he does not appear to be doing well in prison. Supposedly, he's like wasting away and he's constantly being shuttled back and forth to different medical treatments. I've seen it rumored he has cancer. I've seen it rumored he has AIDS. I couldn't tell you which is true. Couldn't tell you if either's true. And quite frankly, I can't tell you with any shred of honesty that I care either way. I think the day that that man dies, the world will become a significantly better place. But for now, 42 years later, he continues to remain incarcerated, making him Canada's longest serving inmate for a single murder. What an honor. And with that, you guys, we are about wrapped for today. Let me know your thoughts on this case in the comments down below. Do you think David Dobson should be paroled, or do you actually have a functioning brain? Sorry, I just cannot imagine anyone in their right mind being like, yeah, got him loose. Oh, damn, man. Rest in peace to poor Darlene. Her life was cut so short, and her last moments here on Earth were filled with so much fear and so much indignity. It is just not fair for anyone to go out like that. So truly, my thoughts are with her family, because it doesn't matter if it's been, what did I just say, 42 years? Yeah, almost. It'll be 42 in May. What happened to Darlene is never going to leave me. So I can't even imagine what it's been like living with that and knowing that it happened to their sister or their daughter. That can't possibly ever get easier to carry around. And I know it's been a really rough one, but I do genuinely want to thank Inlay again for requesting this one. I know I said this once already, but it is such an incredibly important story. And if Darlene had to endure all this pain that David Dobson inflicted on her, then the least we can do is acknowledge it. So thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time today to watch this video and to listen to Darlene's story. If you have a case or a topic you'd like to see me cover, please fill out the request submission form that I have linked down in the description. And if you're a beauty girly like me and you're interested, then the links and the details for the makeup I used today will also be listed down there. If you haven't already and you'd like to, go ahead and subscribe to my channel. I put out new videos almost every week, so if you turn on your post notifications, you'll always be notified when I do post, and you'll always be sure to catch me back here in my next one. But until then, stay safe and have a good week. Bye, guys.